All right, folks, we are live again. Welcome back. Today we are going to be finishing Destiny's reaction to Dave Farina's, what I'm calling now a propaganda video, and a kind of hit piece against Destiny. So I'm going to be, after we finish this section, we should get through this section today. And then tomorrow's stream, I'm going to be unveiling the full PDF document, which is the full audit and analysis of the 20 hours of analysis I did with regards to Dave Farina's video titled Destiny Loves Genocide. And that's going to give us a clear, compiled view of how much misinformation there is versus factual information, and the things that Dave got overwhelmingly wrong, and the things that Dave got right. And also, it will have information related to claims against Destiny, and yeah, and that'll be tomorrow's video. The audit, the full audit and analysis will also include a quiz, a 100 question quiz that we'll go through as well, just to make sure we all learned the factual information. But let me do my shares here. Get these shares going. What up, everyone? Welcome back. Welcome back. It's Saturday. You should all be sleeping in. Make sure you smash that like button when you get into the room. Just going to quickly share what we have going here. Part 5. Reaction. Part 2. There we go. Alrighty, that's good. Let's let Discord know. Alrighty. Well, you know me, Robin. I do not like misinformation. I think misinformation is very unhealthy for society. I am a moral well-beingist. I am trying to maximize well-being, physical, mental, and social health for myself and those around me. That's what the entire Pangburn project is all about. Do I do that perfectly? No, nobody's perfect. I try my best. And in this case, I think the evidence has shown that, and it will become more clear tomorrow when I go through the official PDF analysis audit of my analysis. It will show that There's just we are completely justified to call Dave Farina's video titled "Destiny Loves Genocide." Calling that video propaganda is completely justified. What are some sneak peeks I can give you all with regards to the document that I will release tomorrow? What's something tasty for you to jump on with regards to this audit? There were 140 rateable claims. So 140 claims made in the analysis. 41.4% of the claims Dave made in his video are strictly false. 63.6% of the information shared in Dave's video was false or unsupported. And then 77.1% of the information was materially defective. So that's the little teaser I'll give you with regards to the full analysis PDF that we will go through tomorrow during the live stream. So the data will show that this was a propaganda piece, and it's no hate towards Dave himself. I am simply analyzing and attacking his arguments and misinformation and some unethical behavior. Yeah, I mean it's we will also show where this would rate on something like Adfontes Media. We'll go through all of that. And like I said, I have also generated a 100 question quiz that we will go through all together to make sure we're all clear on the factual information and make sure we've retained the information. I do use my Pangburn customized rigorous AI system to disseminate this information and to do fact finding. But at the end of the day, we want to make sure that after all the audits and everything is said and done, that we actually retain the correct factual information. So yeah, thanks for being with me, everyone. We already have a bunch of you in the room. Make sure you smash that like button. Welcome, welcome. Well, this is Go says, JFC, how many full analysis videos are there going to be? Well, to do this in an academically rigorous way, this is what the workload is. And the reason why we don't see, I think, in the political world, generally on the internet, we don't see this level of rigor is because it takes a lot of energy and time, meticulous work to try and escape our own negativity and positivity biases. It is not easy, very difficult to do. And you also have to think that it's a virtuous thing to be doing. Most people will find it more virtuous if it's playing into their specific political agenda, which will inevitably be riddled with negativity or positivity bias. It's everywhere. It's not just Dave in this video. It's all over the place. So when we go through the audit tomorrow, you will see that there are a bunch of things Dave said in the video that are factual, and those actual factual things are not the propaganda, right? Propaganda doesn't uh, mean that it's just that the information is all false. It has to do with how the uh, information is being construed and communicated and accentuated and extremified, all of these different things. So, um, yeah. Anyways, let's continue with this project. I've had a countless amount of messages by way of X, Discord, email, of people wanting me to of the projects people want me to tackle next. Um, what I hope is born out of this kind of process is not that anyone gets hurt by it. I don't want, Dave to lose a whole bunch of subscribers or anything like that. But I think we can all uh, learn to be more rigorous when we're putting out information that's targeting and attacking individuals. Um, you know, uh, we shouldn't be doing that anyway. I think it's unethical to do that. We shouldn't be attacking people. We should be attacking their arguments and their ideas. But if you are going to do this, you need to make damn sure that at least you're not spreading misinformation and getting things just blatantly false. And there's been a lot of that in this video. But like I said, it's not just Dave. Destiny's guilty of it. I've been guilty of it in my life. Um, I think the important thing is that we try to be more epistemically rigorous so we have a high resolution vision of what the facts actually are, so that when we give our moral prescriptions, when we present our normative stances, they are actually based in the facts of reality. I think that's really important. Um, Someone said, I mean, Dave should feel some shame at least. I mean, I would feel shame, but he's he's only going to feel shame if he believes that he didn't release. Well, he's going to feel shame if he agrees with a lot of the findings I've come across here in my, 4 days of analysis. So all I would the main thing I want to see is someone like Dave being more academically rigorous with this information that's so emotionally charged and means so much to people, because we're really talking about uh, life and death situations, war, some of the most horrific things that have happened, uh, you know, in the past 50 years. Yeah, so someone said, well, Dave is also cleaning up comment section of anyone trying to correct him. Yeah, I don't like that posture. I think that is consistent with the propaganda findings in my analysis audit, again, that we will go through tomorrow. The seeming mass deleting of comments that's going on. I, as a YouTuber, I understand that YouTube does sometimes delete some comments, but I myself went over to Dave's video and left a comment that I had been doing this kind of analysis of the video, and it got like 30 likes, and then all of a sudden it seems as though it was hidden. We were on Discord, and a bunch of people went over and tried to find my comment so that they could either like it or comment or see what it was about, and they couldn't find it. And I don't know if you guys can find it, but I can still see it when I go through the Pangburn account. When I go over to Dave's video, I can still see it, but it seems like no one else can still see it. Someone says, Dave said all you're doing is damage control, and that he's going to bury you in destiny. Yeah, I saw those comments for that apparently were posted from Dave's account. Um, I mean, I'm going to give my full honest opinion and analysis, breakdown, ethical and epistemic of what Dave releases. Maybe he will try and do a hit piece on me. Maybe he'll bring up, this is kind of that counting the hits and not the misses thing. But most people are aware of the drama and breakdown that Sam Harris and I had in 2018 when we were doing a lot of business together. So maybe he'll bring up, something like that. So whatever he brings up, I'll just give my honest, ethical and epistemic opinion, and that'll be that. But we will continue with this project because I think it's desired and needed, and I think ultimately it's healthy for humanity to get used to actually caring more about whether what they're hearing from their favorite political pundit or their favorite science communicator is actually correct, not just believing it because it's coming from your favorite guy or that it agrees with your negativity or positivity bias. Yeah. So, in saying all that, let's continue with this project. All right, where are we at with my buddy Destiny here? By the way, I just want to make it very clear. Just because Dave has put out this propaganda video, that I don't think that means that the rest of his work should be dismissed or not engaged with anymore. I think Dave produces a lot of great educational content. I also think he does a lot of things that are not good ethical postures, in my opinion, as a moral well-beingist. I think we should be out there maximizing well-being, physical, mental, and social health for ourselves and those around us. So he fails to be good and righteous by my standards when he attacks the person and not the arguments or their ideas. Attack arguments and ideas. That's part of the war of ideas we're all intertwined in this intersubjective space that we all exist in. So yeah, this thing of attacking people and calling people worthless and dehumanizing people is bad. I don't like that from Dave. It doesn't mean I didn't want to work with him. I find when people start working at Pangburn, they stop doing that stuff because through conversations, through being on a stage that demands good faith and helpfulness, I think they inevitably start adopting better habits, more healthy habits, and habits that are more rational to their purposes. I mean, we can demonstrate that kind of attacking people personally, it doesn't lead to cognitive flexibility, to openness, to update, especially, as well as the people who are fans of that person. What cognitive science shows us, so people are going to be more open to update if you don't attack the person and cause this identity defense in either them or their audience. So we want to promote things that are going to cause people to be more cognitively flexible. Cognitive flexibility just leads to higher levels of health across the board. So we want that. It doesn't mean you let people get away with misinformation or horrible ideas, but focus on the ideas. Focus on behaviors. Attack those things, but understand that human beings are by their very nature open to update and change. And I think this is part and parcel of being a well-beingist, being someone who really does care about people generally. and their well-being, their physical, mental, and social health. So, okay, let's get at it. I will also respond to any super chats if anyone wants to throw a super chat my way. It all goes towards diapers for my children, not for me. Dave, don't edit that. I'm not the one that wears the diapers. My children do. Well, most of the time.
WCK or WKZ? The World Kitchen whatever truck bombing is probably the worst in terms of them fucking up like horribly. But if you
World Kitchen truck bombing by Israel, I want to look at that. Oh, one thing you'll also notice is there will be people, and there have been people who will attack my process. They will attack the fact that I'm using a hyper advanced, rigorous AI system. I call it the Pangburn AI system that has been rigorously trained on my high resolution epistemic standards that are born of correspondence, criteria of truth, empiricism, science as a way of knowing, a hyper rigorous system of fact finding. People will focus on like that on the process as opposed to whether the facts are actually correct. So if you get into those conversations, I think it's most wise to steer those conversations away from like, Travis Pangburn's process to whether the actual fact checking is correct or not. And then we can start actually talking about the facts. And then if the facts are actually correct, then it calls into question, well, if the facts are actually correct, and he's correcting Dave Farina, who's one of the most famous guys on the internet for being the quote unquote fact finder and debunker, then what does that say when we compare these two processes? So, thank you so much for the super chat from ErrorBot. Really appreciate that, ErrorBot. What do you think the biggest difference between the debate that he did with you guys versus this one with Destiny? Well, I mean, he hasn't debated Destiny, right? He just released this propaganda video and attacked Destiny, and some of the things were like really egregious, right? Like he got the lawsuit wrong about Destiny, and since we brought it up, I think it's worth talking about here. I generated a new PDF this morning. One of our members, Discord members, shout out to Zoe, gave me some updates to the case. And one of the updates was that, so the earlier statement that the recipient of the material that Stephen Bonnell allegedly shared, the claim was that it was simply a 19-year-old woman, but that was incomplete based on the most up-to-date information. So the original complaint was publicly reported as characterizing Rose as a 19-year-old female fan, but later litigation introduced a significant dispute over whether a real teenager's identity had been used by an adult account operator. The proper description is therefore the Rose account, followed by explicit attribution to each side's claim about who controlled it. So the earlier statement that we used, that later sworn testimony conclusively established an adult male catfisher, also required qualification. The publicly accessible basis reviewed here is principally the defendant's motion describing that deposition. Unless and until the transcript is publicly available and the court makes a finding, it should be presented as defense evidence-based assertion, not as judicially established fact. So there was just a couple updates, but again, this isn't done being adjudicated yet, so it's premature to say that this is the fact, that's the fact. But yeah, so the bottom line verdict here is Dave Farina made the statement in the video that Stephen Bonnell is being sued for non-consensually sharing nudes of a minor, and that's just materially inaccurate. The lawsuit concerns the alleged non-consensual disclosure of an intimate video depicting the adult plaintiff and Bonnell. Bonnell acknowledges sending that adult video to a Discord account called Rose, but the identity of the account operator, the timing, consent, and later dissemination are disputed. The public record does not establish that Bonnell sent the video to a minor or knowingly received explicit images of a minor. So that minor part is just Dave getting something egregiously wrong. There's a massive difference between getting sued for allegedly non-consensually, sharing nudes to another that are of an adult nature, but Dave's saying they're of a minor. So that is something Dave could get sued for. He should correct it. But I don't know what Stephen plans on doing about that, but we'll keep an eye on that. So yeah, he hasn't just to answer your question, he hasn't debated Destiny on this, obviously, but yeah, Dave agreed and engaged. I think Dave did pretty good to keep things good faith and helpful. There were obviously some personal attacks in that vaccine debate on the stage, but I was proud of Dave showing some constraint there, trying to live up to the Pangburn stage rules of good faith and helpfulness. And if you guys haven't seen the vaccine debate featuring Dave Farina and Dan Wilson, Debunk the Funk, which everyone should know who Debunk the Funk is, and go and subscribe to his channel. I love Dan Wilson. They go head to head with Pierre Corey and Steve Kirsch, who are hardcore anti-vaxxers and thought of as anti-vax head honchos. So yeah, it was great. That was one of the most difficult events I've ever had to produce and put together, because constantly throughout that process, the anti-vaxxers were just seemingly paranoid about the entire process. And like when we dropped a trailer for the event, which was just like a something to get people excited for the event. There was one clip of like showing some political violence and someone throwing a Molotov cocktail, and then Steve Kirsch happened to be the next person there, and they thought that meant we were saying that Steve Kirsch promotes violence. It was really weird. It was a really weird thing. Anyways, yeah, and you know what? Of course, I would continue working with Dave Farina and having Dave on the Pangburn stage, but he sent me an email after he saw my initial fact check of just the transcript itself before I did my full analysis walkthrough, and he said we can't work together anymore. So that's that. Okay, here we go. Oh, I wanted to see if let's see what my system was able to find here. Okay. So April 1st, 2024, Israeli attack on a World Central Kitchen convoy in Gaza. The essential facts are not disputed. Israeli forces deliberately fired on 3 vehicles, one after another, killing 7 aid workers. The disputed question is whether the military knowingly targeted aid workers or mistakenly believed the vehicles contained Hamas fighters. Probably something that's going to be adjudicated by the ICJ. What the WCK team was doing. World Central Kitchen had helped bring more than 100 tons of food into Gaza by sea after unloading it at a warehouse in Deir el-Balah. 7 staff members left in a convoy consisting of 2 armored vehicles bearing large WCK logos, 1 unarmored vehicle. WCK had coordinated the route, itinerary, and humanitarian mission in advance with Israeli authorities, and the convoy was traveling through a designated deconfliction area. Oh, man. It was therefore not an unknown civilian vehicle appearing unexpectedly near Israeli forces. The victims were Saifeddin Issam Ayad Abu Taha, Palestinian, Lauzalmi Zomi Frankcom, Australian, Damian Sobol, Polish, Jacob Flickinger, Canadian American, John Chapman, British, James Henderson, British, and James Kirby, British. How the attack unfolded. The 3 vehicles were not destroyed simultaneously. They were struck successively, approximately 2 minutes apart. According to Israel's own reconstruction, Israeli surveillance observed at least 1 armed Palestinian traveling on or near the larger aid trucks before they reached the warehouse. Those trucks stopped at the warehouse and were unloaded. The 3 smaller WCK vehicles then departed. Israeli personnel wrongly assumed that the armed individuals had entered the WCK cars. A person carrying a bag was reportedly misidentified as carrying a rifle. Israel struck the first vehicle. Survivors escaped and entered the second vehicle. Israel then struck the second vehicle. Survivors moved into the third vehicle. Israel struck the third vehicle as well. All 7 workers were killed. The IDF acknowledged that each strike violated its standard operating procedures. Oh, wow. WCK founder Jose Andreas described it as the workers being targeted car by car while trying to escape. That is factually accurate in the limited operational sense that the drone operators intentionally selected the struck each vehicle. It does not by itself prove that they knew the occupants were aid workers. Why did coordination fail? Israel's investigation identified several failures. The information that WCK's convoy had been approved did not reach the relevant strike personnel. That's awful. I hate hearing this. Operators could not see the rooftop logos clearly at night. The suspected armed men were assumed without adequate confirmation to have entered the vehicles. Personnel failed to contact WCK successfully before attacking. After the first strike, the movement of survivors between vehicles was interrupted as suspected militants escaping rather than civilians seeking safety. The strikes were authorized contrary to existing engagement procedures. An Australian government commissioned review by former Defence Chief Mark Binskin broadly supported the explanation of catastrophic misidentification. It found a serious collapse in institutional awareness, failures to follow procedures, and probable confirmation bias. It nevertheless concluded that the attack was not knowingly or deliberately directed against WCK as an organization. Was it an intentional attack? 2 different meanings of intentional must be separated. Were the missiles accidentally discharged? No. The vehicles were intentionally selected and attacked 3 times. Did the attackers know that they were killing WCK aid workers? The available investigations have not established that. Israel says the personnel believed the cars contained armed Hamas members, and the Australian review found no evidence that WCK personnel were knowingly selected as the targets. WCK has never accepted that Israel's internal inquiry is sufficient. It called for an independent third-party investigation examining whether the attack was intentional or authorized violated international law, noting that its personnel carried no weapons and that the Israeli military already possessed their movement information. So the most accurate description is, therefore, Israel deliberately attacked 3 WCK vehicles based on a grossly erroneous identification. There is no conclusive public proof that Israeli personnel knowingly targeted WCK aid workers, but the sequential strikes constituted an extraordinary and acknowledged breakdown of identification, command, coordination, and engagement safeguards. Accountability. Israel dismissed the brigade fire support commander, a major. So a major's been dismissed because of this. Dismissed the brigade chief of staff, a reserve colonel. Formally reprimanded the brigade commander and the 162nd Division commander, formally reprimanded the commander of Southern Command, referred the matter to the military advocate general for consideration of a criminal investigation. Okay, I wonder if that criminal investigation is going to take place. Those were administrative and command sanctions, not criminal convictions, hence why the this was referred to be considered for criminal investigation by Israeli Defense Force. As of April 2026, the British government was still demanding that Israel conclude and publish its findings, stating that the victims' families had waited 2 years for answers. WCK similarly said the full accountability remained incomplete. There seems to be no publicly announced criminal indictment arising from April 2024 attack. So yeah, it sounds like Destiny here was agreeing that this is fully acknowledged. FDR with the super chat says, "Thanks for keeping things rational, man. I really appreciate the super chats, everyone. It really does help." Diapers for the kids. Diapers are like about, don't fact check me on this, just take my word for it. They're about $1 trillion per package. So just so you know, just if anyone's planning on putting together a $1 trillion super chat here. Anonymous says, "Looking forward to the stream. Thank you." And thank you so much for the $5 super chat. I really appreciate that. Make sure you guys take one itty bitty second to smash that like button. It helps attract more people to this process. Thank you so much.
Enunciate a difference there. What is the difference between like a bad war, one-sided war, versus like a genocide? I don't know.
Didn't you know that all of those organizations and all of those people are Hamas? The entire world hates Jews. Only Israel is telling the truth. Everyone else is a lying anti-Semite. Case closed. Anyway.
If they stopped calling it a genocide, what would the next point of contention you have be? I don't know. It depends on the specific claims they're making. But I think there's a lot of criticisms to be had for how Israel's conducted the war, especially some things that are like inexcusable. The WCK bombing, WCK or WKZ, the World Kitchen.
Yeah, we've gone through like a lot of things that once this is professionally adjudicated by the International Court of Justice, there's seemingly going to be a handful of war crimes here. Yeah, it's true that mistakes and war crimes are unfortunately not as uncommon as people might think, but yeah, there have been a lot of cases that I think might be adjudicated as war crimes. I think it's reasonable and I think it's plausible that some of these things could be at the end judged to be war crimes.
Whatever truck bombing is probably the worst in terms of them fucking up like horribly. But if the mindset is like all these fuck ups are intentional and they're just trying to murder as many civilians, not as they can, but as many as they can get away with, even though they're clearly not getting away with it. But I don't know why they won't murder more or whatever.
Yeah, so war crimes don't necessarily require intentionality, and I will I'm gonna double check that. Like I have a I want to make sure we get that right. Obviously, there's different classifications of war crimes. It's not black. None of this stuff is black and white. It's vast and deep. We've done a lot of research and reading and fact checking with regards to intentionality related to genocide and how important that factor is to be able to demonstrate if you are if you do want to be justified, epistemically justified in claiming that there is in fact a genocide that occurred, that intentionality to genocide a people needs to be demonstrated. So it says here that war crimes generally require a legally specified mental element, which varies by offense. So at the ICC, the default rule is intent and knowledge. A person must mean to engage in the conduct, and regarding a prohibited consequence, either mean to cause it or know it will occur in the ordinary course of events. Ordinary carelessness is generally insufficient for a ICC war crime conviction. So would this be considered ordinary carelessness? There was obviously the intent to target these vehicles and destroy them. So yeah, one of the things that would have to be adjudicated is whether or not this could be considered ordinary levels of carelessness. Seems kind of extraordinary, this case, but I'll leave that up to the judicial experts. So different offenses require different states of mind. So attacking civilians, the attacker must intentionally make civilians or civilian objects the object of attack. Civilian deaths alone do not prove this offense. So in this case, were civilians the object of attack? It seems to be the case that Israel is probably going to argue that the object of attack was considered to be combatants. Disproportionate attack. The attacker intentionally launches the operation knowing the expected incidental civilian harm will be clearly excessive relative to the anticipated military advantage. So not necessarily this particular case we're looking at, but with some of the bombing cases, when there was, large amount of civilian casualties, that's going to be looked at when courts are trying to determine war crimes at the ICJ. Torture requires deliberate infliction of severe suffering for a prohibited purpose. This is connected to war crimes. Willful killing or serious injury. Some intentional tribunal jurisprudence includes reckless disregard, where the perpetrator foresaw the likely result and accepted that risk. Although the ICC's Article 30 standard is generally stricter than ordinary recklessness. A genuine factual mistake can negate criminal intent. For example, if personnel honestly believed a vehicle contained combatants, that may defeat a charge of intentionally attacking civilians. Under the Rome Statute, however, a factual mistake excuses only when it actually negates the required mental element. It does not automatically excuse every unlawful or disastrously negligent attack. So again, this is going to be up to judgment. There are also separate forms of liability. A commander may be criminally responsible for subordinates' war crimes when the commander knew or under the circumstances should have known they were occurring or about to occur and failed to prevent, repress, or report them. And how does this apply to the World Central Kitchen strikes? The missiles were intentionally fired at the vehicles. The unresolved mental state question is what the operators and commanders believed about the occupants. If they genuinely believed the vehicles carried militants, that weakens a charge of deliberately targeting aid workers. But the incident could still involve serious violations of targeting and precautionary duties, military or domestic criminal negligence, command responsibility, potentially another war crime theory if evidence showed that the personnel knew civilians were present, consciously accepted that reality, or attacked despite knowing civilian harm could be clearly excessive. So I hope that clears that up. So yeah, intentionality does matter here, but not necessarily in all cases. But of course, sometimes it's hard to access the true intentionality of what's in the mind, the state of mind, right? It's a classic issue in criminal law altogether. When you don't have a confession and you're trying to demonstrate intentionality, you try to find all the evidences that you can, but sometimes there's just no evidence to demonstrate intentionality or motive. Hey, Mackie Children 4573. Is that your real name? $5 super chat. Thank you so much. It's pretty sad Dave ran from a debate with Destiny. Props for fact checking Dave's video. Ironic how much misinformation comes from a professor. Yeah, in this particular video, like I'm not someone who watches like all of Dave's content, but I've seen a lot of great content that isn't full of misinformation from Dave. And based on some initial audits I've ran, this seems to be really out of character compared to the rest of the content on Professor Dave's channel. And yeah, I offered Dave the debate with Destiny twice. The last time I offered it, I said, if this will make things more enticing for you, I believe we could easily, and again, I used my system to audit this, but I believe we could easily raise $1 million between all three of our platforms. And Dave turned that down still. And then when he sent me the last email he sent me, he called it a fake $1 million charity offer. It wasn't a fake offer. And I think we could easily raise $1 million for Palestinian children. That I think would be a fantastic cause. But Dave still didn't want to do it. So I've also offered Hassan through email, and I made the email public on my X account, just in case, though some of you are not following me on X, if you care to. Here's the actual post where I offer Hassan the opportunity to debate Destiny, and I said that we'll raise $5 million for Palestinian children through that event, and that one easily done. My system said we could probably in a great advertising campaign reach $10 million for Palestinian children. I think this is awesome. We could create a great work for humanity. Just and Destiny has agreed to all these, by the way, but if Hassan or Dave could just agree to come to an event, sit down with them, they don't have to say they endorse anything about me or these guys. I don't even have to be involved. I would just love to see this happen. If they don't want to be involved with me, I just think it's a fantastic idea. There's charity events that happen all through different categories and fields of work and sport. Why can't we be doing this in this world? Like, come on. Thank you so much for the super chat. Someone said, what was Hamas's strategy with October 7th? I would say just in general, terrorism, murder, kidnapping, rape. These are the things that I think have been proven. I also, that's what I believe. I also want to adjudicate your question through the Pangburn AI system. But I think that's what Hamas's strategy was with October 7th. They're surely Hamas, they're all human beings. Surely they had greater visions that those acts of violence and terror and murder and rape, and they had visions almost certainly of the greater cause that these acts are serving. Um, you know, trying to steel man murderers can be difficult. Whatever justifications people are going to lay out and say, well, this is why we had to murder and rape, to get attention or to inspire other, haters of Israel or Jews to take up arms. Like, whatever you say at the end of the day, I'm like, yeah, but that doesn't justify what you did. So, sorry, but you have to pay the legal price for all this. Thank you much. Thank you so much for the super chat from Heaven's Feel. How much aid is coming through to Gaza from Israel and humanitarian orgs? And when did they block aid? And if they did, what did they block and why? Fantastic question. We've adjudicated that to some level up to this point. But let's check in on the finer details there. So Hamas, just to give a more holistic and detailed answer here with regards to what was Hamas's strategy with October 7th, Hamas appears to have pursued several overlapping objectives, not one simple strategy. Achieve a spectacular military and psychological shock. The immediate plan was to breach the Gaza barrier, overwhelm nearby Israeli military positions, disable the Gaza Division's command system, and penetrate deeply into Israeli communities before Israel could respond. Hamas wanted to demonstrate that Israel's surveillance, deterrence, and military superiority could be defeated. Hamas's own later account says the operation focused on destroying the Gaza division and attacking military sites, but the independent investigation found that this is incomplete. Human Rights Watch concluded that killing civilians and taking hostages were central components of the planned assault, not isolated indiscipline after the border collapsed. Capture as many hostages as possible. Hostage taking was a major operational objective. Hamas explicitly stated that it sought captives to pressure Israel into releasing thousands of Palestinians held in Israeli prisons. The historical precedent was the 2011 exchange of Israeli soldier Gilad Shalit for more than 1,000 Palestinian prisoners. By the way, through any of these videos, people can take a look at the sources in the description of the video. Those will be compiled more precisely now that I have access to the transcripts. They will be more specific, and because pinned comments and the descriptions either don't allow you to put enough information in them, or it's hard for people to get to that information, I will make sure I link to a place where people can go to see all of the specific citations and references in an academic formulation. So, but this stuff takes time. Like people think that like, oh, this should be done now. Well, one of the videos is an 8-hour live stream video. It takes a while for YouTube to process the transcript. And I'm also trying to get these live streams out. So it's, people have to be patient. Patience is a massively important component of good, sound epistemology. Having patience to move slowly through things, listen to the actual claims being made, understand the logical coherence or decoherence or incoherence of what's being said. It's a good thing to slow down epistemically. Accuracy is what's important when it comes to knowledge making. The captives also gave Hamas bargaining power over ceasefires, leverage against an unrestricted Israeli assault, influence over Israeli domestic politics, a means of prolonging negotiations and preserving Hamas's survival. This part of the strategy partially succeeded. Hostages were exchanged for Palestinian prisoners during the November 2023 truce and became a central political issue inside Israel. Destroy the existing political status quo. Before October 7th, the Palestinian issue was becoming increasingly secondary in regional diplomacy. Israel had normalized relations with several Arab governments, and Saudi-Israeli normalization was under serious discussion. Evidence from internal Hamas meeting records indicates that Hamas viewed normalization, especially with Saudi Arabia, as a strategic threat and wanted to disrupt it. The attack immediately returned Palestine to the central of Middle Eastern and international politics and halted the normalization process. This does not mean normalization was the only cause. Hamas's own explanation emphasized the Gaza blockade, Israeli actions at El Aqsa Mosque, West Bank settlements and settler violence, Palestinian prisoners, the failure of negotiations, and the two-state process, what it described as plans to eliminate the Palestinian national cause. Number 4, provoke a broader regional uprising or war. Internal planning documents reportedly show that Hamas sought assistance from Iran and Hezbollah and hoped the assault could develop into a multi-front confrontation involving Lebanon, the West Bank, and perhaps Iran's wider alliance network. Hamas delayed the operation while attempting to secure greater participation from those allies. So that was one of the points I brought up as well. And again, like I said, all of this stuff that I'm outlining, not justifications for murdering and kidnapping and raping people, destroying lives, not just of the people who died, not just of the people who were kidnapped, but all the families and the terror effect that this spread across the world. Draw Israel into an expensive, protracted Gaza war. Hamas anticipated a major Israeli response. Its preparations included tunnels, weapon stockpiles, and plans for prolonged urban guerrilla warfare. Sources close to Hamas's leadership told Reuters, I should say. God, I've been saying Reuters for so long. Reuters, that Hamas believed it could bog Israel down, survive for months, and rely on mounting international pressure to force a ceasefire and concession, particularly prisoner release. The probable strategic logic was, we're going to shock Israel, we're going to provoke an invasion, we're going to survive underground, inflict military losses, generate regional and international pressure, emerge as the indispensable Palestinian resistance movement. This does not necessarily mean Palestinian civilian deaths were Hamas's desired end in themselves, but Hamas knowingly initiated a war from a densely populated territory and appears to have calculated that Israel's destructive response and the resulting civilian suffering would politically isolate Israel and intensify pressure for a ceasefire. That is an inference strongly supported by Hamas's preparations and subsequent strategy, rather than a directly documented order saying maximize Palestinian deaths. Supplant the Palestinian Authority and claim leadership of the Palestinian cause. The attack also challenged the Palestinian Authority's strategy of negotiation and security cooperation. Hamas sought to demonstrate that armed resistance, not diplomacy, was the only approach capable of imposing costs on Israel and obtaining concessions. Its public document describes resistance as the strategic approach and the only way to liberation. Advance Hamas's long-term ideological objective. Hamas's ultimate political vision is not merely a better ceasefire arrangement for Gaza. Its documents describe its objective as liberating Palestine and defeating the Zionist project. A senior Hamas official subsequently said that October 7th would be repeated and presented the operation as one stage in a continuing struggle against Israel's existence. That does not mean Hamas believed it could destroy Israel military in one day. October 7th was better understood as an attempt to initiate a historic process, undermine Israeli security, fracture Israeli society, mobilize regional forces, and make the existing Israeli-Palestinian order unsustainable. So the overall assessment is that they were trying to inflict an unprecedented military and psychological defeat on Israel, seize hostages for prisoner exchanges, destroy the normalization era status quo, trigger a wider confrontation, pull Israel into costly Gaza war, and reestablish armed resistance as the dominant force in Palestinian politics. Another super chatter asked how much aid is coming through to Gaza from Israel and humanitarian orgs, and when did they block aid? And if they did, what did they block and why? Israel has repeatedly blocked and sharply restricted aid, including 2 periods of complete closure, but aid levels have varied enormously, and trucks entering Gaza is not the same as aid actually reaching families. So how much is entering now? As of the latest UN report published July 23rd, 2026, recently, all approved cargo is being channeled through Karem Shalom, because Israel closed the Zikim crossing in May 24. On May 24th. Since that closure, UN and humanitarian partner throughput has averaged about 517 trucks per week, or roughly 74 trucks per day. When Karem Shalom and Zikim were both operating after the October 2025 ceasefire, the average was about 749 humanitarian trucks per week. Okay, so there's been a decrease. Commercial imports are separate. During July 13th to 19th, the private sector collected 828 commercial truckloads. So 419 carried food, 21 carried cooking gas, 46 carried hygiene products, 88 carried shelter materials, 238, about 28%, carried goods the UN categorized as non-essentials. So the recently documented combined flow was approximately 517 humanitarian trucks plus around 828 commercial trucks per week, around 1,345 truckloads in total. This does not mean every week is identical, every truck is equally loaded, or every shipment reaches households. The UN also reports cargo in pallets, which can be more informative than truck counts. About 41,800 humanitarian pallets were offloaded in June 2026, down from 58,600 in January. WFP currently says it reaches approximately 1.5 million people each month with flour, food parcels, bread, meals, nutrition services, and cash assistance. Nevertheless, about 1.4 million people are projected to face crisis level or worse food insecurity through the end of 2026. Hassan, Dave, anyone else out there who wants to debate this topic and debate someone who they can't get a debate with because they refuse to debate them, get in touch with me. We can make these offers. I think we could raise millions upon millions upon millions of dollars in support of Palestinian people who are in desperate need. WFP currently says it reaches, okay, I already did that. Israel gives much higher numbers than the numbers I just reported there. Israel's officials' position has been that approximately 4,200 aid trucks per week, or 600 to 800 daily entered after October 2025 ceasefire. Israel also said that more than 660,000 tons entered during the early ceasefire period. Those figures are not directly comparable with the UN total because the parties count different things. Trucks approved, inspected, offloaded, or collected, humanitarian versus commercial shipments, Israeli bilateral and UN coordinated cargo, trucks at the crossing versus supply transported onward inside Gaza. For measuring the humanitarian organization's actual operating pipeline, the UN's 517 truck weekly throughput is the cleaner current figure. Israel's count gives its broader claim about everything it facilitated. When did Israel completely blockade? October 9th to 21st, 2023, the initial complete siege. On October 9th, Israeli authorities announced a total halt to the entry of food, fuel, electricity, water, medicine, and other goods. The crossings were closed and outside humanitarian supplies could not enter. We have already gone through this, but because someone sent a super chat, I wanted to make sure we read this into the record again. The first convoy, only 20 trucks containing food, water, and medicine entered through Rafah on October 21st. After approximately 13 days of complete siege, it represented about 4% of Gaza's pre-war daily import volume. Fuel was still prohibited. Limited imported fuel was not allowed until mid-November. During the intervening weeks, hospitals, water facilities, bakeries, and ambulances were forced to consume reserves already inside Gaza. Israel's stated rationale: it had entered a war following October 7th and argued that fuel and other supplies could be diverted to Hamas, used for tunnels, military operations, or weapons production. Israel also maintained that humanitarian shipments required inspection to prevent smuggling and military advantage to Hamas. That explains Israel's position. It does not mean cutting food, water, and fuel from the entire civilian population was necessary or lawful. Again, this is something that will almost certainly be adjudicated at the ICJ, International Criminal Justice Court, when the time comes. Let's go with May 2024 Rafah closure and major reduction. This was not a formally announced total blockade, but the practical effect was a drastic collapse in aid. Israel took control of the Gaza side of the Rafah crossing on May 7th, 2024, closing what had been a principal route for aid, fuel, medical evacuations, and humanitarian staff. Aid entering Gaza fell by approximately 67% compared with April because of the Rafah closure. Fighting around Karem Shalom, unsafe roads, and organizations' inability to collect cargo from the crossing. The reason was Israel's military offensive in Rafah. Israel kept Karem Shalom nominally open, but active fighting, coordination requirements, congestion, and dangerous collection routes prevented much of the cargo from moving onward. This distinction matters. Supplies can be placed on the Gaza side of a crossing without becoming deliverable aid. March 2nd to May 19th, 2025. This is the second complete blockade. On March 2nd, Israel stopped all humanitarian aid, fuel, commercial goods, and other supplies entering Gaza. During the first ceasefire phase, approximately 600 trucks a day had been entering. The number then fell to 0. Israel openly stated that this was intended to pressure Hamas to accept a U.S. proposed extension of the ceasefire and release additional hostages. Netanyahu's office said, Israel will not allow a ceasefire without the release of our hostages. Israel also claimed Gaza had accumulated substantial reserves and repeated allegations that Hamas diverted assistance. The complete closure lasted almost 80 days. Limited aid resumed on May 19th, but Israel initially approved only certain food products, nutrition supplies, some medicines, limited water purification items. The following remained blocked or heavily restricted: fuel, tents and shelter materials, hygiene supplies, um, much medical equipment, machinery and replacement parts, telecommunications equipment, and agricultural inputs. The fuel prohibition lasted roughly 130 days, threatening hospitals, ambulances, bakeries, water pumping, sewage treatment, and humanitarian transportation. What continues to be restricted to today. Even outside total closure periods, Israel has limited or delayed items it classifies as dual use, civilian goods that could theoretically have military applications. Examples have included generators and electrical equipment, fuel, engine oil, and spare parts, telecommunications equipment, pumps, pipes, and water system components, heavy machinery and rubble clearing equipment, cement, steel, and construction supplies, medical equipment, tents and shelter materials, agricultural equipment, fertilizer, and animal feeds. As of July 2026, approved dual-use shipments through Jordan were authorized to offload at Karem Shalom only once per week. A scanner malfunction could therefore cause a shipment to miss its entire weekly window. OCHA, currently reports continuing shortages of fuel, engine oil, generators, and specialized equipment because of a combination of Israeli restrictions and inadequate humanitarian funding. Animal feed and some agricultural inputs have also remained blocked or insufficient, undermining Gaza's ability to produce food locally. Why does Israel say it imposes these restrictions? Israel gives four main reasons: preventing weapons smuggling, inspecting cargo for arms, explosives, and components; preventing dual use diversion, so stopping civilian equipment from being used for tunnels, rockets, communications, or military infrastructure; preventing Hamas appropriation. Israel says Hamas steals, taxes, hoards, or sells aid to finance itself. Political and military leverage, most explicitly during the 2025 blockade, pressuring Hamas over hostage release and ceasefire terms. The first three are security arguments. The fourth was openly coercive, whether or not you agree or disagree with the coercion. Civilian supplies were withheld to influence negotiations with Hamas. So again, that's something that may be adjudicated in our highest court. Is every aid shortage caused by Israel? No. Delivery has been obstructed by destroyed roads and warehouses, fighting and Israeli access restricted zones, looting by desperate civilians and organized groups, attacks on drivers and humanitarian workers, inadequate trucks, fuel and storage, funding shortages, administrative failures, interference by Gaza's de facto authorities. In July 2026, for example, armed personnel affiliated with Gaza's de facto authorities reportedly forced their way into a food distribution point and a WFP warehouse and assaulted drivers. But sweeping claims that Hamas captures nearly all aid are not supported by the UN's post-ceasefire data. Through March 2026, the UN recorded approximately 1,532 intercepted pallets, about 0.5% of more than 300,000 pallets collected under its mechanism. That does not exclude diversion outside UN-monitored systems, but it shows that diversion cannot explain the overall shortage by itself. So Israel has allowed substantial aid into Gaza during portions of the war, particularly during ceasefires, but it has also twice imposed complete aid blockades and repeatedly restricted fuel, shelter, medical, communications, and infrastructure supplies. Well, Robin, thank you so much. Robin's been a member for 5 months. Thank you for the 5 months. Please hit the like and subscribe, she says. Become a channel member, join Pangburn Discord server, and be a part of the Pangburn universe. I love it. That also prompts me to share our Discord link. For those of you who want a more like daily interaction, in person, face to face interaction, voice chat interaction with the Pangburn universe, please join the Pangburn Discord server. Join the Pangburn Discord server. Whenever I am not live, we are typically planning events, hanging out, having debates, having discussions on the Pangburn Discord server. We govern the Pangburn Discord server based on the third Pangburn virtue, which is communication as a virtue, with the corresponding maxim that good faith and helpfulness are the minimum requirements for a fruitful dialectic. So you are tasked to be good faith and helpful in anything you do in the Pangburn Discord server. And really, that's what we promote everywhere, including on the Pangburn stages with events that we produce all around the world. Yes, happy Saturday, everybody. All right. That was a lot of information, but very important information. All right. Let's get back to the video.
Like it's a conversation non-starter. Like, how do you make peace with a group of people that you think is literally trying to genocide the other side? Like, it's stupid as fuck. You can't like. And then these same guys who will say, well, 90% of Israel is on board with this, and all of them are brainwashed to want to genocide the other side, and we can't even accept a two-state solution anymore because that's apartheid. So we're going to do a one-state solution. But somehow all of these people are going to live in peace with each other. What the fuck? I don't know.
So I gave my reaction to this already. Last night, I gave where I'm at with regards to compiling a two-state solution. It's very difficult. Not easy. Concessions need to be made. That's what diplomacy is all about.
More effective than just listing organizations, we can go through the specific details which demonstrate that this is objectively genocide. Let's start with the death toll. You'll see propaganda peddlers on social media cracking up about how it's the only...
And remember, everybody, I am specifically reacting with regards to yesterday's video and today's video to Destiny's reaction to Dave's video. I already did 20 hours reacting to Dave's video specifically and analyzing it, but I am analyzing Destiny's responses.
Genocide where the population actually increased. Disgusting. It's impossible to get a true count, but any official numbers you'll see that hover around 70,000 killed are so far off the mark, it's insane. And anyone complaining that these are fabricated Hamas numbers, 70,000 killed, are so far off the mark, it's insane.
Do you know, a casualty is not a death. Does he think that this said 240,000 deaths, and that's why he thought this was super far off? Did he not read this? But
So I want to check that. Destiny first said casualties aren't deaths. Yeah, but that's my understanding too. That includes injured. Yeah, but I think that's what this says. But I think he's responding to that the 67,000 killed is way off the mark, and then Destiny's saying casualties aren't deaths. I don't think Dave was saying casualties are deaths.
And anyone complaining that these are fabricated Hamas numbers is brainwashed. An independent study in The Lancet estimated well over 180,000, half of which are children, and that was...
So for the record, casualty in war reporting means those killed, wounded, missing, or captured. Sometimes military statistics also include people removed from duty by illness. So Of course, 500 casualties, as an example, does not mean 500 deaths.
Was in July of 2024, 2 full years ago. Previous 180,000.
Oh my God, this.
Fabricated Hamas numbers is brainwashed. An independent study in The Lancet estimated well over 180,000, half of which are children, and that was in July of 2024, 2 full years ago.
This was like an estimation based on like future deaths from bad conditions. This is like such a dumb. Oh my God. Like somehow like 15 or 20% of the population has been killed, but we just don't know it. I don't know.
Previous estimates had been much lower because they only took into account bodies
In peace,
I wanna go
what
back
the fuck? I don't know.
more effective than just listing organizations. We can go through the specific details which demonstrate that this is objectively genocide. Let's start with the death toll. You'll see propaganda peddlers on social media cracking up about how it's the only genocide where the population actually increased. Disgusting. It's impossible to get a true count, but any official numbers you'll see that hover around 70,000 killed are so far off the mark, it's insane. And anyone complaining that these are fabricated Hamas numbers, 70,000 killed, are so far off the mark, it's insane.
Do you know a casualty is not a death? Does he think that this said 240,000 deaths, and that's why he thought this was super far off? Did he not read this? But
And anyone complaining that these are fabricated Hamas numbers is brainwashed. An independent study in The Lancet estimated well over 180,000, half of which are children, and that was in July of 2024, 2 full years ago. Previous 180,000.
oh my God, this.
Fabricated Hamas numbers is brainwashed. An independent study in The Lancet estimated well over 180,000, half of which are children, and that was in July of 2024, 2 full years ago.
This was like an estimation based on like future deaths from bad conditions. This is like such a dumb. Oh my God. Like somehow like 15 or 20% of the population has been killed, but we just don't know it. I don't know.
Previous estimates had been much lower because they only took into account.
So let's sort through all that. I did go through the Lancet death toll estimation. It is it is a prediction metric that's being applied there. But I want to read into the record again specifically what's going on with regards to the Lancet estimations. Okay, so the Lancet estimated more than 180,000 deaths. That's what Dave is saying. So this is a misrepresented figure. So the 186,000 figure came from a short correspondence that applied a historical ratio of 4 indirect deaths for every reported direct death. So that's what this is based on. It's a historical ratio of 4 indirect deaths for every reported death. It was explicitly an illustration of a potentially eventual cumulative burden, not a measured death toll, and not a survey finding that 186,000 people had already died. So yeah, it's completely misrepresented, and it's misinformation. Yeah, let's see if Destiny says anything else.
Bodies that were identifiable and directly correlated with airstrikes or gunshots. But thousands of bodies have been totally vaporized, leaving nothing identifiable behind. And thousands more bodies are
So it seemed like Destiny had this reaction of skepticism there, but I want to get this clear. Did he actually do any kind of
and anyone complaining that these are fabricated Hamas numbers, 70,000 killed, are so far off the mark, it's insane.
Do you know a casualty is not a death? Does he think that this said 240,000 deaths, and that's why he thought this was super far off? Did he not read this? But
And anyone complaining that these are fabricated Hamas numbers is brainwashed. An independent study in The Lancet estimated well over 180,000, half of which are children, and that was in July of 2024, 2 full years ago. Previous 180,000.
Oh my.
Yeah, so that's completely misrepresented by Dave, by the way. And I know I'm focusing on Destiny for this run through, but we already went through that in the other videos.
My God, this.
Fabricated Hamas numbers is brainwashed.
So yeah, Stephen seems to have some skepticism boiling in his brain there.
Independent study in The Lancet estimated well over 180,000, half of which are children, and that was in July of 2024, 2 full years ago.
This was like an estimation based on like future deaths from bad conditions. This is like such a dumb. Oh my god! Like,
yeah, this is where I think the appropriate epistemic posture is to pull up the information when that skepticism bug, kicks in. Look at the information. But again, yeah, it's applied to a historical ratio of 4 indirect deaths for every reported direct death, like we just read. It's an illustration of potentially eventual cumulative burden. So
somehow like 15 or 20% of the population has been killed, but we just don't know it. I don't know.
Yes.
Now let's see if there's claims that 15 to... So it claims that 15 to 20% of... We'll check that 15 to 20% question that Destiny's asking. He's not making a claim, he's asking a question.
Estimates had been much lower because they only took into account bodies that were identifiable and directly correlated with airstrikes or gunshots. But thousands of bodies have been totally vaporized, leaving nothing identifiable behind. And thousands more bodies are still buried under rubble from all the carpet bombing or in still undiscovered mass graves. Additionally, so many people have died from wounds, from general poor health, from starvation, from freezing to death.
I mentioned this yesterday, but I'm glad eventually Stephen put the game on pause and gave his full attention to the video. I think he should watch the video at regular speed. Again, good sound epistemology is not a race. There's a lot of claims coming at him when trying to take in this video. And Destiny does seem interested in demonstrating where it's factually incorrect. So, slow and steady is the way to go about applying rigorous epistemic standards. So, but I'm glad he eventually paused the video.
Because they sleep through the winter in paper-thin tents,
Or the game.
from disease because there's near zero health infrastructure. All of these are victims of genocide. They are deaths caused by the total and complete destruction of a territory and everything a society needs to survive. And Israel hasn't stopped bombing Gaza.
It gets cold in deserts. I'm just curious. Weather January 1st, Tel Aviv. January 1st in Tel Aviv typically brings mild winter weather with average daytime highs around 64 to 65 and nighttime lows around 50 to 51. Are people freezing to death in the Mediterranean? Is this happening? Okay. Maybe?
Gaza for a single day since July 2024. Ceasefire.
That's a good question for us to investigate. So yeah, there are some people that make claims that 15 to 20% of Palestinians have died. But a lot of people are often meaning Gazans, not necessarily Palestinians in general. And they are not supported as established death tolls. Israel, so Dave explicitly says in the video that Israel has murdered hundreds of thousands of Gazans, likely at least 20% of the Gazan population. With the Gazan population at roughly 2.1 million, that would mean approximately 15% would mean 315,000 deaths. 20% would mean 420,000 deaths. So where numbers like that come from? So some commentators have extrapolated indirect deaths from disrupted healthcare, starvation, disease, and infrastructure destruction. For example, a Guardian column discussed an extrapolation of approximately 335,500 deaths by the end of 2024, which would be around 15% of Gaza's population. That was an extrapolation, though, not a measured mortality study. In September 2025, UN Special Reporter Francesca Albanese cited an even higher figure of 680,000, saying that some scholars and scientists claimed it might be the real toll. She simultaneously acknowledged that it was difficult to prove or disprove. That would represent roughly 30%. Well, the burden of proof is on them. It's not the burden of proof is not on anyone else to disprove your unproven claim, right? That's not how claim making and claim adjudication works. That would represent roughly 30% of Gaza, not 15 to 20%, and she did not provide a transparent demographic study validating it. The famous 186,000 Lancet figure would equal only about 8 to 9% of Gaza's population. It was also not a measured count. Of course, as we've already discussed, it was an illustrative extrapolation of potentially attributable direct and indirect deaths. So what the strongest empirical research supports? A peer-reviewed recapture study estimated 64,260 traumatic injury deaths through June 30th, 2024, with a confidence interval of 55,298 to 78,525. The later Gaza mortality survey estimated through January 5th, 2025, 75,200 violent deaths, 8,540 excess non-violent deaths, approximately 83,740 total conflict attributable deaths. That is roughly 3.8% of Gaza's pre-war population, not 15 to 20%. The study's violent death confidence interval represented approximately 3 to 4.1% of Gaza's population. By December 2025, WHO cited more than 71,000 reported deaths among approximately 2.1 million Gazans, about 3.4%, while recognizing extensive destruction and likely undercounting. So the verdict is yes, people have claimed that 15 to 20% or even more of Gazans' population has died, but no reliable demographic or peer-reviewed mortality study presently establishes a death toll of 315,000 to 420,000. Thank you for being with me, everyone. Make sure you smash that like button. And if you find this valuable, share the stream with your friends. Everyone's invited. I think what we're doing here is very healthy. And join the Pangburn Discord server right here. I will respond to all super chats. Thank you kindly.
Fire or not, so the number is much higher now. Israel has murdered hundreds of thousands of Gazans.
I like how we just got to that. Okay. Oh my God.
So Destiny's right to show skepticism there. You want to give your reasoning. You want to do the epistemic investigations like we just did. Yeah, those figures Dave is talking about are just out to lunch. They're not facts. They're misinformation. At least with what's been demonstrated so far, right?
The Gazan Health Ministry is still saying 70,000. I think it's like 70 to 75, but I don't know. Whatever.
Likely at least
White people want that number to be way
Yeah, Destiny's in that correct range. Yeah.
higher, so it is, I guess.
20% of the Gazan population. That's genocide. It is a maximization of thousands of Gazans. Likely at least 20% of the Gazan population. That's genocide.
At least 20% of the Gazan population. So now we're past 400,000, at least.
Yeah, so we just went through that number. Yeah, and Destiny's right. 20% would be 420,000 deaths, right?
400,000, but okay.
Yeah, Destiny's in that right range. It's 420, but
It is a maximization of casualties while still maintaining their version of plausible deniability. They also specifically targeted hundreds of journalists, well over 1,000 doctors, and other key personnel publicizing the genocide and keeping citizens safe. That's genocide. The continued use of white phosphorus and other illegal weapons as documented by Human Rights Watch and Amnesty International. That's genocide. It's very easy to get much more...
How is that genocide? White phosphorus, you're not supposed to use it on humans, but you can use it to cover retreats or whatever. But even if you did use it, I'm pretty sure... I don't remember the specific distinction.
Yeah, everyone, by the way, if you have this impetus to be worried about what the robust, rigorous Pangburn AI system is generating with regards to facts, you can check out the sources in the description. But the most important thing is whether the facts are correct or not. Do the epistemically responsible thing and check them. If you find that my system or I have made a mistake, we will update it. We will update it live on the air here. I will go back and update mistakes that I've made, and I will create reports of mistakes. The important thing is to make sure the facts are correct. Okay? For those of you who don't know, I am using a very sophisticated, rigorous Pangburn AI system that is trained on my rigorous academic epistemic standards that are grounded in correspondence criteria of truth, which gives rise to empiricism and science as a way of knowing. So yeah, and a lot of people don't understand what AI is. AI is not the source, okay? AI is not the source. AI is the tool that's compiling information from sources, right? So just some basic research here. If you want to start critiquing AI systems and critiquing fact-finding, let's be rigorous about that process as well. Do a little bit of research on it. It's a good thing. Do some fact-finding with regards to what's going on with AI tools and how they're implemented. Someone says, I appreciate that, but it's a little silly to say that you show your sources and one of the sources is just IDF. Am I supposed to read every document put out by the IDF? No, you don't have to you don't have to read every document put out by the IDF, but you take any fact that's being said and you investigate it in a way that you think is empirically accurate. So what matters at the end of the day is the fact. Whether it doesn't matter where it's coming from, whether it's coming from Fox News, CNN, doesn't matter. Whether the fact is accurate. And if you have any disputes with regards to the fact, then let's take a look. My system has a hierarchy of resources that are known to be reliable. It'll have to do with government websites. It'll have to do with information coming from the UN. As I've been referencing when I do the reading, you're going to hear a lot of sourcing within my reading. A lot of the most reliable sources will be things like Reuters, will be, more, if you look at Ad Fontes Media, you will see particular sources on that site that are more reliable than other sources. But at the end of the day, my system's pulling from and listening to and reading all available sources and coming to consensus and what is almost certainly the case based on good, sound, empirical application. So that's what's going on with my system. Um, yeah, the IDF is, of course, can also be a reliable source. So, yeah, but at the end of the day, whether it's Hamas saying it, or whether it's the IDF saying it, or whether it's Iran saying it, or the United States of America government website saying it, at the end of the day, we need to get down to the high resolution picture of what the verifiable facts are. So, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Dave, going from fact-based science, this is from JBNY, JBNY. Dave, going from fact-based science to a propaganda hit piece that goes viral. Is it the algo making this arc inevitable or something else? No, I don't think it's good to engage in any level of I mean, I think Dave just put out a video that has information he's passionate about, and I happen to think he is dreadfully wrong and spreading propaganda with the video he put out. It's full of misinformation. It's not that there aren't facts throughout the entire video. There are true facts throughout the entire video, which I demonstrated as we went through the full analysis. But they're presented in a way that propaganda is presented. And we will get more into that in detail tomorrow when we go through the full PDF analysis audit of all 3 analysis videos that I did. That audit will give us a clear picture of what percentage of the video is misinformation, factually incorrect, what information Dave got correct. That'll all be summarized in the live stream tomorrow. And we will also, I've also created a 100 question quiz that we will all go through as well to make sure that we have solidified the actual demonstrable facts that are available to us today, that have been made publicly available. So, all right. Again, thank you so much for the super chat. Let's keep going.
It would be some kind of war crime, but it wouldn't be genocide. But I guess you theoretically could commit genocide with white phosphorus. You start like trying to genocide civilians with white phosphorus. But
granular with it as well. Francesca Albanese of the UN Refugee Agency published a report way back in March of 2024 that outlined a determination of genocide, and she has continued to update that report ever since. It documents explicitly stated intent for genocide, the long list of violations of international law, systematic torture and sexual abuse of prisoners with no legitimate charge against them, a total erasure of culture, the stripping away of any sense of dignity for an entire people. Israel really hits every single point on the genocide checklist. For writing these reports and sharing these determinations with the UN, Francesca has faced a volume of harassment and threats to her personal safety that I can't even begin to imagine. And that's coming from someone who is harassed every day and receives threats sporadically. You heard Mehdi's...
the harassment that I couldn't even imagine. For her public stance, Albanese's life has been threatened and her family put in danger. She has faced the prospect of arrest in Germany for her choice of words. Okay. We have Donald Trump's administration has named her a specially designated national, a term usually reserved for terrorists, drug traffickers, and the occasional murderous dictator. She's the first UN official to receive the designation. I'm going to assume this article details other... It wouldn't surprise me if people were harassing her or whatever, I'm sure, because there are some mega pro-Israeli or probably Arab haters that I would imagine, but I'm just saying this... I'm sure it's in the article. I'm being charitable there, hopefully.
I can't even begin to imagine. And that's coming from someone who is harassed...
So, in an instance like this, Destiny should just quickly verify that information. I think is the more appropriate epistemic posture.
Every day and...
What has she said, actually? Well, no, the Francesca Albanese, she was the special rapporteur lady or whatever for one of these, I think, right? I'm curious.
Welcome, everyone. Good morning. It's Saturday. Make sure you smash that like button. Thank you for being with me here today. I will answer any super chats that you send my way. And we are going through, this is live stream 5 with regards to this Dave Farina propaganda video project. And on video 5 here, we are finishing off Destiny's reaction to the Dave Farina video. I am giving my analysis on Destiny's reaction because I've already analyzed the video for 20 hours, Dave's video.
I'm curious what she's actually said on this actually now. If Germany was considering arresting her, I don't know what prospect of arrest means.
Okay, fantastic. Somehow through mental time travel, Destiny just heard that I think the more appropriate epistemic posture is to do this, and then now he's doing that. Just take my word for that. Don't investigate that. Just assume what I'm telling you is true, that I can engage in mental time travel.
Francesca Albanese quotes Israel. I don't know.
And this is fantastic because I don't have to do it because I can see what Destiny's doing. But I will check it anyway.
In her own word. Oh, the ADL. She's the first special rapporteur to be condemned by both Germany and France for anti-Semitism. Damn. Below are select statements from her.
See, my system is superior to what Destiny's doing here because he's going to scroll through. Well, hopefully he would scroll through a few sources. My system is sorting through all sources using up to 6 AI agents doing this work for me anytime I'm asking for the accurate factual information. So that's where we're at with regards to technology that can help us, detect bullshit. It's far superior than to what Steven's doing here.
This no longer a fragile minority, no longer diasporic people, no longer the people of the book, but the chosen people chosen to dominate. That's not that bad. Albanese claims that Jews have learned that to survive in this world, they need to be superior. Okay, and so they've accepted the Jews, but not all of them, especially those that learn to survive in this world. That's not too bad. Albanese likened the systematic extermination of Jews under the Nazis' pure race policy to Israel's war on Hamas and Gaza. Everybody does the Nazi shit now. The Nazi comparisons.
But I really like this reading information, right? Not just pulling from, some kind of memory we might have about this particular thing. This is what we need to be teaching how, Destiny's doing a good level of it here. And when I say my system's superior, it's just that it's my system simultaneously with, 6 working agents pulling from all the available information and applying my rigorous epistemic standards of empiricism, correspondence, criteria of truth, science as a way of knowing.
It seems to be like standard, the standard kind of like tropish talking points. I don't think I see anything like exceptionally horrible here. Just what I would expect to see fucking pro-pally lefty people say.
Now, don't be dismissive like that. Something I especially pro-pally lefty people say.
receives threats sporadically. You heard Mehdi's list, but let's expand a little. Human Rights Watch cited starvation as a weapon of war and the creation of conditions calculated to bring about the physical destruction of the Palestinian population. Doctors Without Borders cited the testimonies of doctors reporting that they routinely received children who had been shot in the head or chest by snipers, as we mentioned. UNICEF reported that essentially all of the million or so children remaining in Gaza need mental health and psychosocial support due to immeasurable trauma, especially the thousands who have lost limbs, usually amputated without anesthetic, and those who have lost their entire families. The International Association of Genocide Scholars stated that the legal definition is cleanly met, citing war crimes and crimes against humanity. Jewish Voice for Peace, Amnesty International, even several Israeli organizations. It's a long list of organizations, and the list of criteria that qualify this as genocide is never ending. 90% of Gazans displaced, absolutely all farmland unusable, continuous blocking of humanitarian aid, starvation and life-threatening malnutrition, mass executions of healthcare and rescue workers. Israel is a club of genocide overachievers. If you deny the fact that Israel is committing genocide, you are no different from a club.
What should you do as a casual viewer to not follow propaganda like this? For the Jew shit, honestly, this was like you had to read all the original sourcing on everything because everybody gets fucking mind fucked when it comes to Israel. And then the sourcing is like you have to read like oftentimes at least from the stuff that I've read on the UN with their treatment of Israel, the fact gatherings themselves are actually usually pretty good. They seem to be pretty in line to me. It's just like the conclusions you'll reach will become like very weird. The most prominent example of this had to do with when they went through the unjustified killings during the border riots or whatever. Like they use an analysis to tell you that like 120 people were murdered by Israel unjustifiably or whatever. But when you actually read the whole, I don't remember, it wasn't that long. It's like maybe, was it even 100 pages? The UN report on it. They explain their rationale for how they analyze it in the beginning, and they don't analyze it as an armed conflict event. They analyze it as a policing event. And when you use a policing event analysis, generally speaking, I guess, I don't know if this is like an international standard, but generally speaking, police don't kill people unless there's like an imminent threat to your life. Like it almost has to be a self-defense thing, or like a fleeing felon or somebody fleeing that you think might be about to murder somebody. So kills that you could generally say are fair kills in an armed conflict scenario don't become fair kills in a policing scenario. So that's how they get to that number of like 80 or 120 like unjustifiable kills or whatever, because they treat it as a policing event. So you have like during the border riots, you've got a ton of people.
So I'm going to fact check this idea of the UN treating these things like a policing event. I haven't heard that before. I don't think that's the case. I think the UN in general let's see. UN human rights bodies regularly analyze particular Gaza incidents as law enforcement or policing events rather than automatically treating every use of force as battlefield combat. Okay, yeah, I think Stephen's onto something here. I stand corrected. And I think he's talking about UN human. Yeah, he's probably talking about UN human rights bodies regularly analyze particular Gaza incidents as law enforcement or policing events rather than automatically treating every use of force as battlefield conduct. So the controlling question is not merely who used the force, but what function they were performing and what was happening at the time. When the UN uses a policing framework, examples include controlling a civilian demonstration, dispersing a crowd, arresting a suspect, responding to disorder, looting, or a crime, operating checkpoints for civilian law enforcement, policing food protests, or distribution crowds. For the 2018-2019 Great March of Return, a UN Commission of Inquiry concluded that the demonstrations were predominantly civilian and did not constitute combat or a military campaign. It therefore analyzed Israeli shooting under the international human rights law enforcement framework, despite some violence and the participation of some armed group members. Let me see this again. It therefore analyzed Israeli shooting under the international human rights law enforcement framework. Right. Okay. Yeah. Destiny's right about this. Under the framework, lethal force is considerably more restricted. It may generally be used only when strictly necessary to protect life against an imminent threat. Membership in Hamas, political affiliation, approaching a fence, or disobeying orders does not by itself justify shooting someone. The UN also examined Palestinian policing. In April 2025, OHCHR investigated allegations that Gaza's remaining local police used unnecessary or disproportionate force against Palestinians demonstrating or seeking food. It applied human rights standards governing crowd control, arbitrary detention, torture, and unlawful killings, not battlefield targeting law. Okay, so yeah, just because there is a war happening, there is, of course, a difference between policing, like that instance we just outlined, and things that would be looked through the lens of aspects of war. So yeah, that makes sense. If we're talking about it from like this perspective and what's going on with civilians outside of the context of the war, then yeah, makes perfect sense. Gaza police are generally civilians. The UN has repeatedly said that ordinary Gaza police, traffic officers, patrol officers, and civilian law enforcement personnel are protected civilians unless and only for such time as they directly participate in hostilities or independently qualify as members of an organized armed group's fighting forces. In June 2026, OHCHR described officers directing traffic, patrolling markets, and conducting ordinary policing operations as civilians, warning that deliberately attacking them merely because they were police could constitute a war crime. That principle predates the current war. The UN's Goldstone mission concluded the 2009 that Gaza's police were principally a civilian law enforcement agency, even though some individual officers may also have belonged to Palestinian armed groups. Individual status must be assessed rather than treating the entire police force as targetable. All right. Yeah, very good. Good job, Stephen.
That are setting the tires on fire, they're trying to cut the wire, they're trying to run through. Some of them have guns, some of them have bombs or whatever. If you shoot and kill any of those people, that's considered unjustified because they're not presenting an imminent threat to somebody's life, which is this like the country just like fucking, it's like a brain break. Or
I mean, I think it's a great standard. It sounds like Stephen, just from a normative perspective, might not think it's a great standard.
yeah.
Climate change denier or an anti-vaxxer or a fucking flat earther. You are denying the very obvious reality that we live in. Did you hear that, Stephen? Then let's talk about the complete demolition of the entire territory. Israel wants people to believe that they're the most moral army in the world, taking every imaginable measure to protect innocent civilians while exclusively targeting filthy Hamas terrorists with laser precision. This is total horseshit. I mean, again, they proudly announced that they want to murder every last child in Gaza, so anyone who believes them when they say the opposite is a moron. But more importantly, there objectively is no precision whatsoever to the destruction in Gaza. More than 78% of Gazan infrastructure has been demolished by relentless carpet bombing.
I think that number that he's referring to, I think, was in like the first year of the war. It's like 78% has some damage, not necessarily like completely destroyed or whatever, but I don't know what their number stands at now.
Hospital.
Yeah, that's Destiny's right to be skeptical of that number there. We went through all of that, but Destiny didn't make a formal argument or claim there, so we'll keep going.
Every school, every bakery, every city demolished.
What is it about the Israel-Palestine conflict that breaks the minds of people? It's just it's got enough for everybody to have like a strong opinion about it. Oppressor, oppressee, Western world versus non-Western world, Jew versus Arab, brown versus white, imperialism, colonialism, America, foreign involvement. There's just like everything. Occupier. There's like every possible
religious dispute is another one. And Stephen's right. There are a lot of inflaming things about this conflict, but I want the world to have a epistemically correct and factual relationship with what's going on. And when we go to the normative side, to our ethics, I think ultimately our goal should be to maximize well-being, physical, mental, and social health for ourselves and those around us. So everyone involved, when we're looking at strategies, policies moving forward, two-state solutions, it really just has to be about uh, giving people the best chances to thrive from a well-being perspective.
Thing that you could ever care about can be represented in Israel Palestine.
Refugee tent camps were set up. They bombed those too. They tell them to evacuate even though they have nowhere to go, and then bomb them anyway. They give them safe routes to evacuate, and then bomb the safe.
You didn't address carpet bombing. Was there actually any? No, there's. But I mean, like, there clearly isn't. Like, you can look at the death numbers. Like, as horrible as it might sound to say, like, if this was indiscriminate bombing, you would have expected to see way more people die. Like, the idea that they would have spent so much, that they would have bombed so much, and you would have up to this point 75,000 or whatever deaths to show for it, it just doesn't make sense. There are ways that you can. The way that they try to.
So Dusty's saying, yeah, you would expect more people to die.
Carpet
Here, let me
bombing.
listen
Was
to
there
this one more
actually
time.
any? No, there's. But I mean, like, there clearly isn't. Like, you can look at the death numbers. Like, as
So the question is there any carpet bombing? I mean, I think there was some instances considered to be carpet bombing, but let's double check that. That question didn't come up in the other analysis.
horrible as it might sound to say, like, if this was indiscriminate bombing, you would have expected to see way more people die. Like, the idea that they would have spent so much, that they would have bombed so much, and you would have up to this point 75,000 or whatever deaths to show for it, it just doesn't make sense.
I mean, it's a decent argument, right? If the death tolls are what we say they are, obviously horrible, horrific, terrible. Some would look at that and say, like, you would expect if this was an actual genocide that there would be many more deaths than that at this point. But the person who's sucked into the conspiratorial line drawing effort of this, like Dave Farina is, they're just going to say, yeah, do you think like Israel is that stupid? Do you think they're going to make it look obvious? Like they're going to do it in such a way that is nearly undetectable. So, when the International Court of Justice is going to ask for, direct evidence of an intentionality, don't you think conglomerate like the Zionists are going to be able to hide that information, hide their intentionality? Sure, they will. So they're just going to get away with it. So I'm not trying to be snarky or anything like that, but I could hear that kind of argument coming out of someone who's who believes that Israel could pull off a genocide in a sneaky way like this. But I understand the argument that Stephen's making. Thanks, honey. Ooh, some lunch. Look, it's chilaquiles. I gotta show you guys this. I really gotta show you guys this. For those of you who like Mexican food. There we go. Homemade chilaquiles. So it's a chili salsa sauce with hard tortilla chips, with queso with cheese on top, with fresh onion. Oh, it's like one of my favorite dishes. I'm going to take 1 second to take a quick bathroom break. Give me 5 seconds. And I am 100% incontrovertibly certain, dogmatically sure that I washed my hands. Someone says, no, more eating sounds. I'll try not to make eating sounds.
Sense. There are ways that you can. The way that they try to weasel out of that is like, well, Israel is trying to commit a genocide and kill as many people as they can, but they don't.
So, in the ordinary descriptive sense, Gaza experienced bombing so extensive that many people reasonably called it carpet bombing. In the strict military or legal sense, however, it has not been conclusively established that Israel conducted a continuous classic carpet bombing campaign across Gaza. So what carpet bombing technically means, the legal analog is area bombardment, treating several clearly separated military objectives within a populated city or neighborhood as though the whole area were one military target. That is considered an indiscriminate attack and is prohibited. Classic historical carpet bombing usually means aircraft systematically saturating a broad geographic area with large quantities of explosives rather than selecting individual aim points. What is established in Gaza? Israel carried out an extraordinarily intensive bombing campaign. By April 2nd, 2024, the IDF itself reported striking approximately 32,000 aerial targets. Israel extensively used heavy explosive weapons, including 1,000 and 2,000 pound bombs, and a significant portion of the early airdropped munitions were reportedly unguided. OHCHR examined six emblematic attacks from October to December 2023 involving bombs ranging from 250 to 2,000 pounds. It verified at least 218 deaths and concluded that Israel's extensive use of explosive weapons with wide area effects in densely populated locations may have repeatedly violated distinction, proportionality, and precaution requirements. In one incident, available evidence indicated that approximately 9 2,000-pound bombs were used in a densely populated area. The UN Commission of Inquiry also documented attacks destroying entire neighborhoods and stated that in many investigated cases, it could not identify a military target as the focus. It described the bombardment pattern as potentially consistent with the DEA doctrine involving overwhelming destruction of civilian infrastructure to exert pressure. Human Rights Watch has independently identified particular strikes as apparently indiscriminate. One October 31st, 2023 strike destroyed a residential building and killed at least 106 civilians. HRW said it found no apparent military target in the vicinity. These findings provide credible evidence of individual indiscriminate attacks using weapons whose effects covered broad populated areas, repeated destruction of large portions of neighborhoods, a possible broader pattern of unlawful area bombardment. They do not automatically prove that every Israeli strike or the entire bombing campaign was carpet bombing. Israel's position. Israel rejects the characterization. The IDF says it selects identifiable military targets based on intelligence, calculates release points, even when using unguided bombs, chooses munitions according to the target, and employs warnings, surveillance, and strike abortion procedures. It says heavy bombs were sometimes necessary for tunnels and hardened structures, and that underground detonation could reduce surface effects. Those assertions have to be assessed incident by incident. Calling a location a target does not itself establish that it was a lawful military objective, nor that using a 2,000-pound bomb in a densely populated neighborhood was proportionate. So, yeah, this stuff has to be, adjudicated by experts. There's differing opinions, a rejection of the characterization by Israel. So this has to be adjudicated in international court. All right, a little more food.
We don't want to kill too many because then it'll be called a genocide, but everybody's calling it a genocide anyway. So yeah, I don't know. It's dumb.
Those two. They tell them to evacuate even though they have nowhere to go, and then bomb them anyway. They give them safe routes to evacuate, and then bomb the safe routes.
See, like, this is like true. There were some safe areas that were like declared by Israel, kind of like not official safe areas, but like recommended areas for passage. But the problem, and the reason why some of these started to get attacked, is because when they would declare these as safe passage areas, Hamas would begin fighting from these areas. They would do it intentionally. Like, there were no mutually agreed upon, unless it
We'll check that, see if Hamas has been fighting from areas that are deemed safe from Israel. Let's take a look at that. Just going to take a second to eat a little more here. So yes, there is credible evidence that Hamas or other Palestinian armed groups have at times operated, launched rockets or prepared attacks from locations inside areas Israel has designated as humanitarian or safe. But the evidence is uneven. And Israel has often made broader claims that independent investigators could not verify. The clearest examples are in December 2023, the IDF said it detected 116 rocket launches from an Israeli designated humanitarian zone, with 38 falling inside Gaza. That is a detailed Israeli military claim supported by imagery released by the IDF, but it has not been comprehensively independently audited. This is why we have international courts. In April 2024, Israel said it's struck 2 loaded Hamas rocket launching positions inside a humanitarian zone before they could fire. Again, the public evidence comes principally from the IDF. In July 2024, the UN Human Rights Office reported that Israel removed parts of eastern Khan Yunis from the humanitarian zone after claiming that Palestinian armed groups had fired projectiles from those locations. The UN reported the claim did not independently confirm the launches. A UN Commission of Inquiry independently verified one case in which Hamas used a Gaza school for military purposes. Hamas footage showed fighters installing explosive devices in the Anas bin Malik school to ambush approaching Israeli forces. That school was not necessarily within the principal Mawasi humanitarian zone, but it confirms that Hamas has sometimes conducted military activity from civilian educational facilities. So the defensible conclusion at this point is Hamas and other armed groups have sometimes conducted military activity from civilian and Israeli designated humanitarian areas. However, Israel has not publicly substantiated every allegation it has made about fighters, command centers, or weapons inside shelters and safe zones. Human Rights Watch noted that Israel repeatedly claimed schools were being used by fighters, but often released little specific evidence. In some cases, names Israel published appeared to include people who had already died. What this does and does not legally mean: using a crowded humanitarian area to launch rockets, store weapons, or prepare attacks endangers civilians and violates the armed group's obligation to take feasible precautions. Deliberately using civilians to shield military activity could constitute the war crime of human shielding. But military activity somewhere inside a humanitarian zone does not make the entire zone a military target, every tent or shelter targetable, every present combatant, unlimited bombardment lawful. Israel still has to identify a particular military object, assess expected civilian harm, use proportionate force, and take feasible precautions. The UN has repeatedly found strikes in Mawasi where Israel either supplied no public military justification or where investigators could not identify a lawful military target near the civilians killed. Also, safe zones should not be understood as a firm guarantee of safety. Israel repeatedly changed the zone's boundaries and continued attacking locations inside it. The UN therefore consistently... Hi, sweetie. I gotta give my boy a kiss. It's nap time. He's gonna have a nap. Okay, you have a good nap, okay? Yeah, Daddy's having lunch. Have a good sleepy. Oh, he's mad. Um, So, also, safe zones should not be understood as a firm guarantee of safety. Israel repeatedly changed the zone's boundaries and continued attacking locations inside it. The UN therefore consistently described it as an Israeli designated humanitarian zone, not an intentionally supervised sanctuary protected from attack. So the verdict is Hamas has sometimes fought or launched attacks from areas Israel designated for civilians. That is real and relevant. It does not validate every Israeli claim about such areas or automatically justify the high casualty strikes Israel conducted within them. I think when this eventually does get adjudicated, all of this stuff, whatever ends up getting adjudicated by the ICJ, I think this will be a very important moment in human history, how all of this investigation is handled.
It happened in the last year, and I just didn't see it because I haven't followed as closely. But there were no mutually agreed upon like safe passage areas for civilians because Hamas will never work to defend the civilian population because they always utilize those deaths as much as they can. Their goal is always to incite maximum civilian death because it helps their side and their propaganda machine more.
Let's check that claim. So I already went through this. I don't think it's been demonstrated that Hamas's goals are to maximize civilian death. That's my memory of going through this information. I don't believe that that's been demonstrated. Um, so there is substantial evidence, and this is where this gets tricky. There is substantial evidence that Hamas leadership regarded high Palestinian civilian casualties as strategically useful and was willing to accept them. The strongest evidence is reporting on messages attributed to Khiawa Sinwar. The Wall Street Journal reported reviewing dozens of his communications in which he viewed the mounting death toll as increasing international pressure on Israel, described mass loss in liberation struggles as necessary sacrifices, and believed continued warfare placed Israel in an increasingly damaging political position. So that supports this formulation. Hamas was prepared to tolerate and politically exploit enormous Palestinian civilian losses because those losses weakened Israel internationally and advanced Hamas's broader struggle. It does not establish this stronger claim that Hamas's goal is to, maximize Palestinian civilian deaths. There is nevertheless considerable evidence of extreme disregard for civilian protection. Hamas political official Musa Abu Marzouk publicly explained that Hamas's tunnel system existed to protect fighters while assigning responsibility for civilian protection to the UN and Israel. That demonstrates an institutional prioritization of Hamas's military survival over constructing protection for Gaza's population, although it still does not prove an objective of maximizing deaths. I hope everyone can see the difference there. It gets tricky. Just because they will use the deaths in cases to exploit that information in hopes of furthering their cause, it does not mean that that's part of the strategy to get more people killed. At least there isn't evidence that that's an articulated strategy at this time. So let's go back a bit and hear Stephen.
Kind of like not official safe areas, but like recommended areas for passage. But the problem and the reason why some of these started to get attacked is because when they would declare these as safe passage areas, Hamas would begin fighting from these areas. They would do it intentionally. Like there were no mutually agreed upon, unless it happened in the last year, and I just didn't see it because I haven't followed as closely. But there were no mutually agreed upon like safe passage areas for civilians because Hamas will never work to defend the civilian population because they always utilize those deaths as much as they can. Their goal is always to incite maximum civilian death because it helps their side and their propaganda machine more.
So that's unsubstantiated. It's unsubstantiated that is an actual goal of theirs. But part of what Stephen was saying there, true. They don't work to protect Palestinians. That part is there's good evidence to believe that, and that they put Palestinians in danger from going into these safe zones and firing rockets and whatnot. And again, a lot of this information needs to be adjudicated because the IDF and Israel needs to have their chance to present their evidence. Even if they haven't presented their evidence yet, they're still in the conflict. Depending on how you feel about where things are at right now. I think all of this should be investigated. All of this should come out when eventually this is adjudicated by the ICJ. And they make their determinations. All right. What up, Don Don? What up, everyone? Make sure you smash that like button, attracts more people to the stream, and this effort to promote high resolution fact finding.
They designate safe spaces and then bomb those too. And when they occasionally let in food, they shoot at Gazans when they try to get it. It's complete annihilation combined with twisted psychological torture.
Why are international institutions like the UN calling it a genocide, though? The UN, so the only body, as far as I'm aware, that can officially make that designation is the International Court of Justice. And I think we're still waiting for their ruling on that.
Correct. Other organizations can give their opinions, but they're the ones who are going to give the actual legal determination. And then what the consequences look like, my understanding, is going to be determined by the ICJ as well.
That any special committee, special whatever thing is like whatever you want to consider it, but it wouldn't be like the UN. Like it would be the International Court of Justice that could ultimately make that determination.
Correct.
It's very easy to look at image after image of the destruction to see that there was zero regard for precision. They weren't aiming for some imaginary terrorist. They were never doing anything but destroying Gaza from day one. You're not convinced by these images? Too small in scope? Let's get a broader top-down view.
How do they mutually agree on shit like that? LOL, mid-conflict? Well, that if you're doing the rules of war, I mean, like that's what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to be taking care of your civilian population and being regarding the enemy civilian population as well. That's part of your obligations as a party to a conflict. Wouldn't Israel also be worried about damaging their U.S. relations if they go too far? No, I think they would have to, I think the internal support wouldn't be as big either, because I mean there are a lot of people in Israel that don't want to see the Palestinians genocided, despite these people always saying otherwise, like Bet Salem and these leftist organizations in Israel. These are Israelis, staffed by Israelis. Now, I don't know how that opinion has changed post October 7th.
Yeah, Destiny's pointing actually to a really important fact here, that there is a massive diversity of opinion. If you look at the polling data, and we've gone through the polling data with regards to what's going on in Gaza. We can actually look at more. So, and just to bring everyone up to date, I wanted to give this. We haven't really done this yet, but where are we at with regards to the war right now today? What's the status? So a ceasefire has been in place since October 10th, 2025. So the conflict is no longer operating continuously at the intensity seen during the main Gaza campaign, but Israeli airstrikes and other military operations continue. Israeli forces retain control over parts of Gaza, and Palestinians continue to be killed and displaced. On August 1st, 2026, Reuters reported fresh Israeli strikes killing 2 Palestinians and destroying medical supply warehouses. The UN reported ongoing military operations, airstrikes, and repeated displacement throughout July. Gaza's health ministry reported more than 1,100 deaths since the ceasefire announcement. OHCHR had independently verified 685 deaths through mid-April, with verification continuing. A new U.S.-backed arrangement was announced on July 31st, under which Hamas would disarm, Israeli troops would withdraw, and an international force and Palestinian technocratic administration would take over, but crucial elements remain unresolved. Israel has not formally committed to the latest arrangement. Disarmament has not occurred. Withdrawal has not been completed, and the parties disagree about which step must happen first. Okay, let's look at some polling data from Israel. Major findings. Poll results. End the war. 64 to 66% supported ending it by September 2025. What this indicates is there's some war fatigue and hostage concerns had overtaken support for indefinite fighting. October 2025, ceasefire end war agreement. There was 76% supported. Support extended even to 57% of coalition voters. Concern for Gaza's humanitarian conditions. 61.5% little or not concerned. Only 35.5% concerned in July 2025. There is a general low humanitarian concern, especially among Jewish Israelis. Jewish Arab difference on Gaza suffering, 25% of Jews concerned versus 82% of Arab Israelis. National averages conceal two radically different populations. IDF morality. 80% overall called the IDF moral, 92.5% of Jews versus 29% of Arabs. Strong Jewish confidence in the military persisted despite civilian casualties. Confidence in victory, May 2026. 42% said Israel had won or would win. Only 42%. 49% said it would not or had lost. By 2026, pessimism slightly exceeded confidence. Latest preferred Gaza strategy in July 2026, 43% economic diplomatic pressure, 35% renewed fighting, 15% status quo. So no majority for renewed war, but a substantial hawkish bloc remains. I like to see the 43% economic diplomatic pressure. I also wanted to point to this other polling data of Israeli public opinion, since we're on this. And this relates to things Dave says in the video. 2025 Tel Aviv University survey found that 63% of Jewish respondents supported transferring Gaza's Palestinian population elsewhere. If they mean by force, this would be a form of ethnic cleansing if they mean it by force. Approximately 46% supported rebuilding Israeli settlements in Gaza. Support reached roughly 80% for some propositions among respondents identifying with the political right, not among Israelis. In the same polling, about 65% of the Israeli public prioritized securing the hostages release over eliminating Hamas. And what I also want to do is I want to look at what about Palestinian and Israel. Yeah, so in the polling that we read, Israelis increasingly wanted the war to end. That was clear. Concern for Palestinian suffering was strikingly low in May 2025 polling. Israelis increasingly doubted the war's effectiveness. Hostages became the dominant priority. Based on the February 2025 polling, 75% supported a hostage agreement. We went through that. Israelis remained divided over Gaza's future. So 42% supported this is as of May 2025, 42% supported a non-Hamas technocratic government backed by Arab or international forces. 23.5% supported renewed Jewish settlement. 16% supported prolonged Israeli military government, 10.5% supported Palestinian Authority rule. So the majority being in support of a non-Hamas technocratic government backed by Arab or international forces. That's pretty consistent with what my two-state solution looks like. If you're interested in hearing that, it was I read it at the end of the of yesterday's episode because some relevant information came up. All right. Awesome. The latest polling still shows a major hawkish bloc. The July 2026 JPPI Israeli Society Index asked how Israel should deal with Hamas under the ongoing ceasefire situation. 43% preferred weakening Hamas through economic and diplomatic measures. 35% preferred returning to fighting until Hamas no longer governed. 14% preferred maintaining the existing situation. So yeah, well, 43% preferring being the most support, preferring weakening Hamas through economic and diplomatic measures. Right-wingers in Israel, 68% of them supported returning to combat. Long-term attitudes became significantly less conciliatory. Pew found in early 2025 that only 21% of Israelis believed Israel and Palestine and a Palestinian state could coexist. Only 21%. That's the lowest level Pew had recorded since it began asking in 2013. The figure was only 16% among Israeli Jews, compared with 40% among Arab Israelis. The INSS survey in June 2026 offered several broader Israeli-Palestinian arguments. 27% supported separation without necessarily endorsing Palestinian statehood. 25% supported a two-state solution. 25% supported full annexation without granting Palestinians civil rights. 10% did not know. Okay. There is substantial support in Palestinian rights among Israel's far left, including among Jewish Israelis, but it is a small minority within Jewish Israeli society and should not be confused with Israeli Arab opinion generally. So the polling there rarely isolates the left or the far left. So most Israeli surveys use categories. They use left, center, and right. They don't use far left or combined respondents into center left. The specifically Jewish, anti-Zionist, or radically pro-Palestinian left is too small for many national polls to measure reliably as a separate group. %54 of Israelis on the left believed Israel and a Palestinian state could coexist peacefully. Okay. I just thought that stuff was worth looking at. I need to go up here. I need to open a new branch. We're going to open a new branch. It's going to be the biggest branch. No one is going to have a branch like we have. All right.
I'm sure that opinion has decreased a bit. But for the far right of Israel, I don't even know if they want to be attached to the U.S. anymore. Like, they might be happy to see that relationship wither a bit because they might feel like it gives them more flexibility to operate without the U.S. Restraining them in any way.
Down view.
Destiny. International Criminal Court has issued arrest warrant against Netanyahu and his deputy over genocide in Gaza. I don't remember if that was why those ICC warrants were issued, but the ICC cannot make a determination that a genocide has taken place or that a country has committed genocide. The ICC can only issue warrants against individuals for crimes that they think. It might be the crime of allowing a genocide or something. Maybe the ICC might be able to do it. I would have to go back and look. But the determination of if a genocide has occurred is done by the International Court of Justice. That's what rules with regards to states.
Yeah, but we can look at the we will look at that.
Holy shit. It might have just been war crimes. Okay, yeah.
Presta atenção nessa cidade, ó. Uma cidade normal, né? Tá cheia de pessoas, avenida, cheia de construção. Eu vou mostrar pra vocês como que isso daqui é uma foto de satélite de 2023. Agora, olha como é que ela tá agora. Cadê a cidade? Cadê? Cadê os prédios? Cadê as pessoas? Vou tirar o zoom pra você ver o tamanho dessa área destruída. Olha o tamanho dessa área destruída. Olha isso aqui. Isso aí é a cidade de Rafah, no sul da faixa de Gaza. Fica na fronteira com o Egito. Essa área destruída, só nessa área destruída ao sul, toda essa área cinza...
Pangburn said, I have offered Dave the date with Destiny, but he has declined. RIP.
That's when I came in and dropped a chat.
Que eu der um zoom aqui, eu vou ver uma área destruída. Essa área aqui é maior do que a área que foi destruída pela bomba.
What are the chances they rule that this was/is a genocide? I have absolutely no idea. The submission by South Africa was fucking retarded. So I don't know. Like a lot of the quotes and everything just don't really follow from what they were saying. But I don't know. Who knows? Who knows?
De Hiroshima, a bomba atômica de Hiroshima. Qualquer lugar que eu aponte aqui, eu vou ver casas destruídas, destruição, uma das coisas mais horrendas da história humana. E isso aqui vai assombrar a humanidade por muito tempo. E o holocausto da Segunda Guerra se repetiu, infelizmente, e ninguém conseguiu impedir. E até agora os responsáveis por esse crime contra a humanidade estão rindo à toa. Fica aqui esse registro, porque é uma coisa assustadora. E como o olho que tudo sabe, tudo vê, não apaga a imagem, essa é a imagem real. Contra fatos não há argumentos. O que aconteceu aqui foi um genocídio.
It doesn't get any clearer than this. Gaza is now an uninhabitable wasteland. Absolutely nobody can keep a straight face and say that this level of destruction had anything to do with targeting terrorists while keeping civilians safe. We can know this with even greater certainty by looking at what they're doing in Lebanon.
You have an issue with the framing that it's a genocide, but you don't have an issue saying that Israel is doing fuck shit right. Are people really upset with you over the word? People are upset over the word because they want to invoke maximum hatred for the country of Israel because they want the country to be eradicated as a Jewish majority state. They wouldn't even... Finally, they're masked off enough that we don't...
So, that's a bit conspiratorial in the way it's framed, what Stephen just said. It's mind reading, overgeneralization. They're doing this because this is what they want. You know, a lot of the same things that's wrong with how Dave frames this. There are obvious reasons as to why people might want to do this just because they actually think that a genocide has been occurred and they want the responsible party to be held accountable. We don't have to add the conspiracy to want to, you know, remove you know, what were Stephen's exact words?
Uma das coisas mais horrendas da história humana. E isso aqui vai assombrar a humanidade por muito tempo. E o holocausto da Segunda Guerra se repetiu, infelizmente, e ninguém conseguiu impedir. E até agora os responsáveis por esse crime contra a humanidade estão rindo à toa. Fica aqui esse registro, porque é uma coisa assustadora. E como o olho que tudo sabe, tudo vê, não apaga a imagem, essa é a imagem real. Contra fatos não há argumentos. O que aconteceu aqui foi um genocídio.
It doesn't get any clearer than this. Gaza is now an uninhabitable wasteland. Absolutely nobody can keep a straight face and say that this level of destruction had anything to do with targeting terrorists while keeping civilians safe. We can know this with even greater certainty by looking at what they're doing in
You have an issue with the framing that it's a genocide, but you don't have an issue saying that Israel is doing fuck shit right. Are people really upset with you over the word? People are upset over the word because they want to invoke maximum hatred for the country of Israel.
So they want to invoke maximum hatred for the country of Israel. That's this is conspiratorial thinking and applying it to the general mean, which there are many plausible reasons as to why people would want to hold Israel accountable to a genocide that they believe has occurred. There's many different reasons.
Because they want the country to be eradicated as a Jewish majority state. They wouldn't even.
They want to be eradicated as a Jewish majority state. So there's this ulterior motive. I'm gonna test out this theory in my system, but I see this as conspiratorial line drawing, overgeneralization, etc.
Genocídio.
It doesn't get any clearer than this. Gaza is now an uninhabitable wasteland. Absolutely nobody can keep a straight face and say that this level of destruction had anything to do with targeting terrorists while keeping civilians safe. We can know this with even greater certainty by looking at what they're doing in Lebanon.
You have an issue with the framing that it's a genocide, but you don't have an issue saying that Israel is doing fuck shit right. Are people really upset with you over the word? People are upset over the word because they want to invoke maximum hatred for the country of Israel because they want the country to be eradicated as a Jewish majority state. They wouldn't even... Finally, they're masked off enough that we don't have to fight over that obvious point from October 7th onwards. This is so obvious. But they will say now that the existence of Israel as a Jewish majority state has to be eradicated. It needs to be a state... They'll say equal rights, but what that really means is the Palestinians will get the infinite right of return, millions will come back, and then Jews will be a minority, and then who the fuck knows what happens from there, is what they're generally... Not generally, that's what they push right now. That's why they push against the two-state solution.
So he says not generally, that's what they are pushing for. So let's test that claim out.
Israel.
Yep, we're going to get into the generalization here. The claim that people seek a genocide finding not because they believe the legal elements are met, but solely to maximize hatred and eliminate Israel as a Jewish majority state. This is unsupported mind reading and a motive fallacy. Motive fallacy is an informal fallacy. The clearest counterexample, the actual ICJ case. South Africa's application asked the court to determine whether Israel breached the Genocide Convention and to order Israel to cease prohibited conduct, prevent genocide and incitement, preserve evidence, permit humanitarian assistance, punish responsible individuals, provide remedies for victims. It does not ask the ICJ to abolish Israel, expel Israeli Jews, remove Israel from the UN, or end Jewish national life. The ICJ's provisional measures similarly ordered prevention, humanitarian assistance, and evidence preservation, not state dissolution. The Genocide Convention itself is designed to prevent destructive acts and punish perpetrators. It does not prescribe abolishing a state found responsible. Israeli organizations provided direct refutation. Two Israeli organizations, Bet Salem and Physicians for Human Rights Israel, have conducted have concluded that Israel is committing genocide in Gaza. Their state goal is stopping the destruction and ensuring human rights, democracy, liberty, and equality for Palestinians and Israelis. They are not championing to eradicate Israeli Jews. That alone disproves the universal assertion that the only motive for using the genocide classification is hatred or eliminating Israel. So yeah, I think Stephen's full of it on that one. I think that's yeah. It's a mind reading and motive fallacy. Generalizing to the mean. That isn't to say it's that there's not anyone out there that might have that in their mind and be trying to do that, doing that, but like, you know, try demonstrating that at large. Like, how are you going to demonstrate things like this? So I think that's a epistemically irresponsible position and low resolution. Okay. All right. More
destroys entire villages in Lebanon during 3-week ceasefire. I think the most annoying thing about all of the like the one-sided coverage is that like it really does seem like why does Israel attack all of these people? Like, why are they attacking Gaza? You know, what's going on there? And they don't. We never.
The one-sided coverage. So I guess he's kind of making critique towards the things he sees as one-sided coverage.
Hear about that. Like, why is Israel trying to attack Lebanon? I guess just to invade and steal land. Like, we never hear about why.
That's a perfect opportunity for Stephen to go to why Lebanon is being attacked. We've gone through this, but since it was invoked, we'll go through it again. My understanding is, before I get the system information here, my understanding is that Lebanon is being attacked as a retaliation, and what's being targeted are targets of military interest. There's no demonstration that Israel is trying to take over Lebanon or seize land or anything like that. Yeah, so they're retaliating against Hezbollah. So there's also the goal in this Israeli campaign in Lebanon to completely disarm Hezbollah, create a security zone, and retain strategic control in southern Lebanon. So the immediate trigger in 2026, on March 2nd, 2026, Hezbollah entered the wider Israel-Iran conflict by launching rockets, missiles, and drones towards Israel. UNIFIL independently confirmed dozens of projectiles claimed by Hezbollah alongside extensive Israeli airstrikes, cross-border fire, and incursions. Israel says its campaign is intended to destroy Hezbollah's launchers, weapon stores, command centers, and forces threatening northern Israeli communities. That provides Israel a genuine self-defense justification for attacking identifiable Hezbollah military targets. It, of course, does not automatically justify every strike, civilian casualty, occupation, or destruction of Lebanese infrastructure. The deeper conflict began after October 7th. So Hezbollah opened the Lebanese front on October 8th, 2023, firing at Israeli military positions and describing the action as solidarity with Palestinians in Gaza. Israel responded with artillery and airstrikes. The exchanges then continued for roughly a year, displacing civilians on both sides and eventually escalating into the major 2024 Israel-Hezbollah war. Hezbollah is backed, armed, and financed by Iran and possesses a military force independent of the Lebanese army. That means Lebanon's territory can be used for attacks, even though the Lebanese population or government did not collectively choose to attack Israel. So that's what's going on there. But this would be an opportunity. Destiny should, the good, sound epistemic posture is to outline what's going on in Lebanon here.
Village after village, town after town, not individual buildings, the entire town. This has nothing to do with terrorism. This has nothing to do with Hezbollah, whose label of terrorist organization is laughable to begin with. Hezbollah and any other group that is labeled
Wait, what? Hold on, sorry.
To do with individual buildings, the entire town. This has nothing to do with terrorism. This has nothing to do with Hezbollah, whose label of terrorist organization is laughable to begin with. Hezbollah and any other group that is labeled terrorists by Israel are simply people desperately...
And just FYI, everyone, for those, I see we have some new viewers, please take a second to smash that like button. Thank you for being with me today. I'm not reviewing Dave's video again. I am reviewing Destiny's reaction to Dave's video. If you want to see my analysis of Dave's video, you can go back in the channel history on the live tab, and you will find part 1, 2, and 3 of me doing the 20-hour full analysis. Just one more time, I want to announce that tomorrow during the live stream, I will be presenting the full academic PDF audit of my 3 live streams analyzing Dave's video, and that will give all the breakdown, all the mathematics, the percentage of misinformation in the video, why we are justified calling it a propaganda piece, etc. We will get into all of that very interesting telling data tomorrow during the live stream. So make sure you're subscribed so that you don't miss when I go live tomorrow with that information. I've also generated a 100 question quiz that we're all going to that I'm also going to share, and we're all going to go through together, just to make sure we are retaining the information of this rigorous fact-finding project.
Defending themselves against Israeli terror.
Like this is just like it's just really like a TikTok slop video. Hezbollah was literally founded by Iran and pushed into, or founded by Iran in Lebanon, and is like a militia now that runs a large part of that country. Like Hezbollah, it's pretty easy to say that Hezbollah are bad guys. This is also something really frustrating. These people will virtue signal to the ends of the earth on the genocide term, and anything less than that is completely and totally unacceptable. But
so Dave's claim was labeling Hezbollah as terrorists is laughable,
whose
right?
label of terrorist organization is laughable to begin with.
So that was the claim. He didn't make the claim that they're not bad guys, but that can be inferred. So Hezbollah is widely viewed as a terrorist organization because of the terrorism they have engaged in since they have existed. The many instances of terrorism. I'm pulling up the information in my system. We went through the detailed information, but we will give the details again for the record. So Hezbollah qualifies as a terrorist organization under ordinary legal and academic definitions, particularly because it has deliberately attacked civilians for political purposes. It is also a Lebanese political party, social service network, and armed movement. So, terrorist organization does not exhaustively describe everything it does, but I would say like terrorist organization rarely does that with any terrorist organization. They're obviously not just a monolith just doing that. Why the designation is justified. Hezbollah's external security apparatus has been implicated in attacks on civilian targets, including the 1994 bombing of the AMIA Jewish Community Center in Buenos Aires, which killed 85 people, and the 2012 bombing of a bus carrying Israeli tourists in Bulgaria. These are paradigmatic terrorist acts. Politically motivated violence intentionally directed against civilians. The organization has also historically used hijackers, hostage taking, bombings, and international clandestine networks. Its attacks cannot all be explained as conventional resistance against Israeli soldiers occupying Lebanon. The United States designates Hezbollah in its entirety as a foreign terrorist organization. Canada lists the entire organization as a terrorist entity. The United Kingdom proscribes Hezbollah in its entirety and notes that Hezbollah itself denies a meaningful separation between its political and military wings. The European Union, by contrast, currently lists only the Hezbollah military wing, including its Jihad Council and external security organizations.
Hezbollah and any other group that is labeled
Wait, what? Hold on, sorry.
to do with individual buildings, the entire town. This has nothing to do with terrorism. This has nothing to do with Hezbollah, whose label of terrorist organization is laughable to begin with. Hezbollah and any other group that is labeled terrorists by Israel are simply people desperately defending themselves against Israeli terror.
Like this is just like it's just really like a TikTok slop video. Hezbollah was literally founded by Iran and pushed into, or founded by Iran in Lebanon, and is like a militia now that runs a large part of that country. Like Hezbollah. It's pretty easy to say that Hezbollah are bad guys. This is also something really frustrating. These people will virtue signal to the ends of the earth on the genocide term, and anything less than that is completely and totally unacceptable. But for some reason, they can't acknowledge, like, really basically, like, the Houthis are not the good guys, and like Hezbollah are not the good guys. You don't have to hand it to Hezbollah. You don't have to hand it to the Houthis or hand it to.
So Destiny said that Hezbollah is founded by Iran. Broadly, yes. But founded by Iran, it needs one qualification. So Hezbollah was created in Lebanon in the early 1980s by Lebanese Shia militants and clerics. But Iran was indispensable to turning those factions into Hezbollah. After Israel's 1982 invasion, Iran sent roughly 1,500 Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps personnel to Lebanon's Bekaa Valley to train, organize, fund, and equip the emerging movement. Iran also supplied its revolutionary Islamist ideology and coordinated its early development with Syrian permission. So these formulations are accurate. Hezbollah was founded with decisive Iranian assistance. Iran's IRGC helped create Hezbollah in 1982. But it's perhaps slightly too simplistic to say Iran invented Hezbollah from nothing and imposed it on Lebanon, if anyone was saying that. That's not what Destiny said, but just for the record.
To, like torture and rape and murder and everything from Hamas, like you can never criticize both sides on this. You literally have to be on one or the other. It's so fucking stupid.
Terrorism. Hezbollah formed.
You don't have to be on one side or the other. My moral quest is to maximize well-being for myself and those around me. That same moral consideration is given to Palestinians in the same way it's given to Israelis in my world. So I think it's important for us to understand the actual facts of what's going on, so we have a high resolution picture, and then make our hopefully our strong ethical articulations based on the actual facts. And I think those should include caring for and caring about the well-being of everyone involved.
As a direct response to the Sabra and Shatila.
We know why, ... but you don't have to blow up towns, ? I mean, it'd be nice if you didn't, but like, Hezbollah literally repurposes like garages and houses to launch missiles and shit out of in southern Lebanon. This is what they do. They live in and they occupy towns, and then all of their weapons are stored there. Like, you can see this. Again, Amnesty International, other people have literally reported on this. Like, this is how they operate. It's not good, but like...
Yeah, there are instances of this operation. Yes, that is correct.
Man, it would be nice that if there was some pressure on the other side as well. That's just crazy to me that nobody says fuck all about the other side of this, ever.
I think that's wrong. I think there's much to be said about the other side, and we've outlined a lot of it in this multi-day project of reviewing this video and this issue.
Simply people desperately defending themselves against Israeli terrorism. Hezbollah formed as a direct response to the Sabra and Shatila massacres, for example.
I do think Stephen speaks hyperbolically sometimes and uses absolute language. I just don't think it's epistemically accurate. I think it's better to be that way. You don't have to lose levels of lightheartedness or refinement of your sense of humor and the expression of your sense of humor by becoming more precise with your use of language. But you give a lot of epistemic accuracy up when you speak in generalities.
Israel is the aggressor state, slaughtering anyone they please, and anyone who stands in opposition to that is labeled a terrorist. These groups are the rebellion in Star Wars. Israel is the fucking empire. Do you think Emperor Palpatine would label Luke Skywalker a terrorist? Of course he would. Supporting Israel is like rooting for the fucking Death Star.
True.
But again, this level of destruction...
Did he really say that Hezbollah is not a terrorist organization? Like, really? Holy crap, brain rot much? That is the standard position of all lefties. You just don't know this because nobody knows anything about Israel-Palestine. Nobody in the mainstream media, nobody knows anything about this fucking region. So nobody asks any of the correct questions. But yes, every single lefty, every single far-left person, Hassan and all these people included, will say that Hezbollah is like a legitimate governing force and military in Lebanon. That's it.
Yeah, we're saying every and all here. Some, sure, but it's just not the case that every and all are going to be epistemically justified positions like Stephen, the kind of language Stephen is using here.
You yourself make fun of people who both sides an argument. I'm trying to... How fucking retarded do you have to be to make that statement? Like, do we want to have pizza tonight or do we have burgers? I don't know. I can kind of see both sides, you know?
But Destiny, didn't you say both sides of bad argument?
Yeah, when comparing Republicans and Democrats in the United States of America, it's fucking retarded. Does that mean that you can't see two sides of anything else on the fucking planet? Because I don't think there's a both sides argument to be had with how equally bad the Republicans and the Democrats are in the United States. In most international conflict, generally speaking, it's very rare that there's an entire group of people that are unhinged and unreasonable. Usually people have a reason for why they feel the way they do. Usually.
has nothing to do with Hezbollah or any other supposed terrorist.
Destiny has still maintained a high-level, light-hearted posture through this entire thing, which, again, you're going to hear me harp at constantly as such a good thing. It's such a healthy posture to have as an intellectual like Stephen is showing here. He's having a good time. He's able to get passionate, but it's done in a lighthearted fashion. Very good posture. This is something to promote. It keeps you more cognitively flexible and less cognitively rigid. You start making more epistemic mistakes when you become cognitively rigid. And Dave Farina's video here is just riddled with cognitive rigidity, with certainty posturing, with dogmatism. So yeah, this is a good epistemic posture from the perspective of keeping yourself lighthearted. And that doesn't mean unserious, right? Lack of seriousness. That's not what that means.
Group. This is demolition. This is an erasure of a people, their lives, their culture, to make room for Israeli expansion. A huge chunk of Lebanon is Israel now. They will build, settlers will come, and that's the end of it. Then they'll steal more land tomorrow. Chunk of Lebanon is Israel now.
Israel's mass evacuation orders in southern Lebanon. I don't know if this is all they're planning to take, But I like how, is this supposed to look like this is Israel and this is the new land they're taking too? Like they're doubling the size of their country? Obviously Israel is down here, but
They will build, settlers will come, and that's the end of it. Then they'll steal more land tomorrow, and the cycle continues. They'll tell you themselves if you ask them. Finance Minister Bezalel Smotrich sure did.
בוא נדבר על היום שאחרי המלחמה בהיבט הנדל"ני. אתה כבר התבטאת לא פעם לגבי חידוש ההתיישבות היהודית ברצועת עזה. שאלה פשוטה, איפה מבחינתך צריך לקום היישוב הראשון ברצועה?
אני מודה שלזה לא ציפיתי, אני מוכן להתחיל מהתוחמת הצפונית, אבל...
חידוש ההתיישבות היהודית ברצועת עזה. שאלה פשוטה, איפה מבחינתך צריך לקום היישוב הראשון ברצועה?
oh. I mean, they literally pulled out of the strip in 2005, but aren't they literally about to lose their election? Who the fuck knows, bro? Netanyahu is the vampire that never goes away in Israeli politics. Hold on one second.
All right, he's having a bathroom break. Let's check out what's going on over here. What up, everybody? We're getting there. We're getting through it. This is moving much faster than our analysis of Dave's video. Excuse me. I'm burping here.
אני מודה שלזה לא ציפיתי, אני מוכן להתחיל מהתוחמת הצפונית, אבל סתם, זה לא מצחיק, יש תוכנית עסקית, תקשיבו לי טוב, יש תוכנית עסקית שנבנתה על ידי האנשים הכי מקצועיים שיש, שנמצאת על השולחן של הנשיא טראמפ, לאיך הדבר הזה הופך לבוננזה של נדל"ן, אני לא צוחק, מחזיר את עצמו. אגב, אני התחלתי משא ומתן עם האמריקאים, ואני אומר את זה לא בצחוק עכשיו, כי אני גם דורש, הרי אנחנו שילמנו המון כסף על המלחמה הזאת, אז אנחנו צריכים להתחלק, איך אנחנו עושים אחוזים על שיווקי ההתחדשות.
Real estate mogul cosplaying as the president of the most powerful nation on earth. It's going to be a bonanza. When you decide that you want to steal some land, first you demolish every chosen people. Building is left. You understand now what has been happening since October 7th? Do you understand that it was never about terrorists or protecting Israel or getting back hostages or anything of the sort? Not for a single second was it ever about any of those things. Israeli officials...
Like I said this a long time ago, imagine how fucked, like this would have been a political outmaneuvering. Imagine how fucked Netanyahu would have been if Hamas released all the hostages like a month into the war. Whoo! That would have been a tough position for Netanyahu to be in, but they kept those hostages for so fucking long. Holy shit.
Didn't give two shits about hostages. They were an excuse to keep bombing. There were deals on the table early on that involved a ceasefire in exchange for all of the hostages being returned, and they refused.
And in exchange for Hamas remaining the power of the region that was going to be restricted by Israel, and it wasn't going to be a permanent ceasefire. We always leave the other conditions out, but okay.
In
Yep, Destiny was right to call that out. He's correct about that.
October of last year, they got all of the hostages back that they didn't kill with their carpet bombing. That still didn't stop them. And I wish I had saved my tweets from early in the genocide, but I didn't, so you'll just have to take my...
Yeah, because Hamas would have remained in power, right? That was the big thing that was a non-starter in that early negotiation.
Word for it, but I was saying all of this. From day one, I knew that this was premeditated ethnic cleansing and land acquisition, belligerent imperialism in the 21st century. Everything I was saying came true. That Gaza would become Israel, that they would do it to Lebanon too, and I was silenced for it. Anyone who didn't have their head up their ass could smell it, but if you couldn't see what was happening then, do you see it now? Smotrich says they paid for this war. They paid money to fabricate pretense for a military operation with the singular goal of clearing out Gaza to keep it, with Lebanon and Syria to follow shortly after. Now that they're most of the way there with Gaza, an American military base is being built within the territory.
On the flip side, if Israel didn't go full 1940s Germany as a response to October 7th, the entire world would have sympathized with them on the Hamas issue rather than being the most hated country on the planet. No, probably not, actually. Most people don't give a fuck. Most people think that the border riots in 2019 were like peaceful protests at like the Great March of Return. Like, I don't think so. I don't think that would go. Nice one, though.
And
Yeah, again, reference to most people here. It's just not good epistemic posture. Be more precise. There's wisdom in precision. There's wisdom in specificity when it comes to knowledge making and claiming.
plans are
also what I mean. The Israeli country would have like torn itself asunder. Like, you expect them to just kind of like chill and do nothing after like the largest terrorist attack in fucking history? Like, Jesus, I don't know.
way to round up remaining Gazans and put them into concentration camps while they clear out the rubble and start to build new Gaza. You heard that correctly. Zionist Jews are going to...
Also, the way Destiny generally has a quite a good fallibilist posture, in the way he ruminates about things, asks questions, and like there he just said, are you really asking this question? I mean, I don't know. Like he's still thinking, he's still ruminating about this. It's a good fallibilist posture, which is in turn a good epistemic posture.
To put people in concentration camps. And you heard the other thing correctly too.
At Destiny, Hamas offered that multiple times. Israel said they weren't going to stop bombing them. It wouldn't have mattered. Then why keep them? Why not just release the hostages? You would 100x your international and even the domestic support. It would be so hard to justify anything like the continue. Why would you always give them that thing to fall back on? The reason why, like, and again, nobody that makes videos like this will ever acknowledge, is because Hamas invites the civilian death. They want as many civilians to die as possible.
No, we already there's no good sound justification to believe that at this point. It's not something that's been articulated by them. The proper position here is that when civilian deaths happen, Hamas may and has been demonstrated to exploit that when that happens, but that is not the same thing as trying to make civilian deaths happen or wanting civilian deaths to happen.
They want as many civilians to die as possible. It is the goal, so that people like, Professor Dave can jerk off.
That is not a demonstrated goal. It hasn't been demonstrated. It's not that it maybe it'll be demonstrated, at the ICJ level when eventually this gets adjudicated. But
These dogshit fucking TikTok slot videos they make on it.
New Gaza is already being sold to the American public. Jared Kushner, Ivanka Trump's husband and haunted marionette, unveiled the plans for New Gaza, which will be luxury resorts as far as the eye can see, with some land carved out for Trump as a thank you for greenlighting all of this. And guess what? If you were one of those folks thinking that Israel's actions are way over the top, but what are you going to do because October 7th? Well, I'm going to take that away from you as well. Israel almost certainly knew what was going to happen, and they did nothing to stop it. The music festival taking place just 3 miles from the Gaza barrier was moved there from its original location at the last minute.
Again, we could just say, we don't have to say anti-Semitism, I guess. But if you were to make any of these claims at all about like an Islamic or Arab, country saying that they were intentionally moving civilians to be killed by enemy, they would call you Islamophobic, 1,000,000,000%. They call it Islamophobic. Like, not even close. You wouldn't even have to do a tenth of that. You're taking random quotes from Arabs? That's not fair. What do you expect every Arab to?
so we need to go through the differences between Islamophobia and anti-Semitism. We will get to that in a minute here. Someone says there's wisdom in precision and specificity, yes, and use AI summaries as source of truth. AI summaries are pulling from all available reputable data, not just, scrolling through some articles and looking at Wikipedia, doing a couple Google searches to determine what's true about a specific issue. And the Pangburn AI system is governed by my rigorous epistemic standards. For you to say AI summaries, that's not what it is. This is the factual data. It's not that it's perfect, but if you think that I get any of these facts wrong that I am espousing, tell me which facts you think are wrong. It's very telling when people focus on the source or the process behind the factual conclusion. Why don't you try to demonstrate whether or not the conclusions are non-factual? And if so, we can go back and forth. but you can see in the description here where my resources are being pulled from. And it's just, you're going to get a much more high resolution grasp on the facts of reality when you can invoke a system with 6 agents working on the issue, looking at all of the reputable sources that are available and trying to come to an understanding on the consensus. So that's why the system I'm using is superior to this old archaic way of going on Google or going to Wikipedia and look and following the actual good sources used in Wikipedia, or going and relying purely on what Reuters has to say, or what factcheck.org has to say, or what politicians have to say, or what political pundits have to say. My system is far superior to that process. It also removes the inherent negativity and positivity biases that we all have, because all human beings are cognitively limited by these things. It removes that in that value sorting for evidence process that we all engage in, that we all feel like we're being truly objective in, but for the most part, we aren't. It's really hard to be truly objective when you're doing that. So this system I've created and what I'm delivering here, if you find any facts that are incorrect, let's put that to the test. We'll put it to the test. People have to understand, like, there's a lack of education when it comes to AI tools. Like, it's unbelievable. So much ignorance and so much like religious like hysteria with regard to AI technology. AI is a tool like the internet. You can use it like an idiot. You can be completely uneducated about it and be using it like an idiot and you don't realize. Or you can get an education on how to use these tools to perform things like I'm doing today, like engage in extremely high academic rigor with regards to fact finding. A lot of this, if you're new to what I'm doing here, when I publish the PDF tomorrow and go through it with you, people will see the level of academic rigor involved in this kind of process. Those of you who think you are going to be able to, do good sound epistemology comparable to the kind of system I'm using as we move forward in the future, you are going to be left in the dust behind. You are going to be subject of a video like this, demonstrating all of the errors you made just because you were relying on your own, negativity and positivity biases to help govern. Now, that doesn't mean you turn your mind off and you don't engage in your own critical thinking. Of course not. This is just substituting that bias sorting process that we engage in when we are doing our own manual picking of our pet sources. That's one of the most important things about this. So what should be the most important thing epistemically is whether or not the thing you are calling a fact is actually a fact. And how do we go about actually determining fact? Well, it's cross-referencing reputable sources, the same way a good journalist would go about doing this. But human beings in general are really bad at good journalism. This system allows you to escape a lot of those confirmation biases that you're engaging with. So Rasputin says, AI will hallucinate, not often, but it will. Human beings hallucinate 10 trillion times worse than any AI system I've used. And my AI system is very watertight when it comes to programming around hallucinations. this has to do with having a minimum, standard of triple checking, 6 agents triple checking the final process, what's being generated. So again, you're talking about issues like that are recognized, but when you become educated in this, you can program out hallucinations, you yourself as a user of AI tools. So you have already showed an incredible amount of hallucination, commenter Rasputin, in the things you've been saying. If there was an AI system in the chat right now, it would be correcting you on some of the ignorant things you're leaning on to try to demonstrate that there's something untrustworthy about AI systems compared to what human beings do. Human beings are the hallucinators. The AI systems hallucinate way less than human beings do. So thank you so much for the super chat from RJ DIII. Says DGG fan, but what's the biggest critique of this video? So far, Stephen has gotten some facts wrong. Not very many. I mean, coming off of Dave's video, it seems like Stephen's like kind of an epistemic god here because Dave's video was a propaganda video, and that's been clearly demonstrated to me. So yeah, just a few errors, just a few comments about how Destiny's carrying his epistemic posture. But yeah, anyways, here we go. No, I understand. I try not to get sucked into the chat too much, but that's a very important problem I see. It's like it's a religious problem. This anti-AI religion that's going around, and their knowledge about how to use these systems properly. Because yes, of course, like if you don't know how to use these systems, it's easy to use them stupidly. Just like, I use the example of a Sawzall. For anyone in construction who's ever used a Sawzall, when you're taking a door frame out, you cut the nails or the screws by sticking this long blade through a gap, and it shakes, and you got to put pressure in the right spot and whatnot. If you don't know how to use a Sawzall, you can cut yourself up to crap. You can cut a finger off, cut a hand off, doing that. So yeah, you got to know how to use these tools. Don't just use the tool like an idiot and then say, oh, this is an idiotic tool. I mean, user error. The internet is the perfect analogy.
To denounce ISIS? Oh, do you expect every Arab to denounce 9/11? Oh, does every single Muslim have to say that they don't agree with the Ayatollah? Does every single Muslim have to denounce every single terror bombing in London, in Miami? Like, people say this shit all the time, but for Jews, it's literally every single Jew. I mean Zionists.
Military response to initial activity was delayed for hours in a way that is
So that's just some rhetoric. All.
difficult to justify. Israeli soldiers were even ordered to cancel all patrols along the Gazan border on the morning of October 7th, with no justification given.
6:30 בבוקר, 7 באוקטובר, כתב המוצר. אצלנו ה-7 באוקטובר מתחיל לפני 6:30.
Wait, was October 7th, was that Yom Kippur or no? I never know this shit. Fuck me, these stupid fucking
That was
laws.
October 7th to you.
It was Yom Kippur. I wonder if, I don't know if they normally get days off or whatever for holidays. I don't know. But, like, this would be such an insane, like, if this was true, it would be, like, insane. But there's no evidence ever given for this. It's just, like, the weird, like, circumstantial stuff, whether or not, oh, it's Simchat Torah, not Yom Kippur. Okay. Wasn't there a famous war where Israel was attacked on holiday? The 73 war started on Yom Kippur. Yeah, the idea that like they knew this terrorist attack was this is like the 9/11 shit recycled for Israel though, on their own territory.
כתב המוצר. אצלנו ה-7 באוקטובר מתחיל לפני 6:30. אני הייתי לוחם במחלקת מרגמות בגדוד 13, גולני, ובאותו לילה אני, יותם סור, הסמל שלי איתמר בן יהודה, זיכרונו לברכה, שלושתנו עושים לילה לבן. הרשינו לעצמנו בשבתות וחגים במיוחד, לעשות לילה לבן עד לכוננות עם שחר, ואתם יודעים, יש לנו זמן לישון מחלקת מרגמות, עד לכוננות הבאה. אז ב-5:20 בבוקר, אנחנו יושבים ליד הקשר כדי לא להעיר מאזין, והסמג"ד שלי, ניר בוינפלג, שגם הוא נפצע קשה, וברוך השם הוא שרד, פתאום עולה בקשר בהודעה מוזרה. כל התחנות, לא יודע למה, לא יודע איך, משהו בסגנון הזה, אין סיור בגדר עד 9 בבוקר.
באיזה שעה זה?
No more patrols until 9 a.m. for no reason.
5:20 בבוקר.
Pangburn offered Dave the date with Destiny. He has declined. Breaking news.
Yeah, we got that broken a while ago. Shit. Wait, this has to be a troll, right? Can someone remind me who did this? I can't remember. This can't be a real tweet. And then the formatting is weird too. I would need to see like an archive dot whatever of this to think this is real. Allegedly the Taliban, but let's be honest, probably the Mossad. I would need to see like an archive of this.
Yeah, I believe I verified. I just want to see that tweet again. There. I want to double check this tweet. I believe I verified that this was genuine. All right.
I would need to see like an archive of this.
אז מבחינת קרקע ואויב אין לנו דברים משמעותיים. מבחינת כוחותינו הייתה הנחיה מהחטיבה שעד השעה 9 בבוקר מול הערכת המצב אף כלי לא מגיע לבורמה.
Oh my god, he's a third-party voter? Oh man.
Wait, is he a Jill Stein voter?
I don't know, apparently he says he votes in California so it doesn't matter.
Oh, classic.
This is scienceandculture.com. I don't know if there's like a Jew website or not, but Jesus.
What does a Jew website mean?
Well, everybody names their shit like weird shit, so you have to be in the know to understand. When it's like Qatari or Emirati or Israeli, like the Middle East Eye or whatever. I think that's like the Jew. It's like a pro-Jew website or whatever. And then there'll be other ones, but they never call themselves like outright. But you can usually tell by just looking at the headlines and the stories.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's what I mean.
Just
Are they?
biased.
Is it like a? Yeah, and it doesn't necessarily mean it's wrong, but it's just good to know sometimes. Genuine question. You said that Hamas wants civilian deaths in order to garner public support, but you
So high confidence that tweet is genuine from Dave.
ניר בוינפלג, שגם הוא נפצע קשה, וברוך השם הוא שרד, פתאום עולה בקשר בהודעה מוזרה.
I think. Oh my god, he's a third-party voter? Oh man.
Wait, is he a Jill Stein voter?
I don't know, apparently he says he votes in California so it doesn't matter.
Oh, classic.
This is scienceandculture.com. I don't know if there's like a Jew website or not, but Jesus.
What does a Jew website mean?
Well, everybody names their shit like weird shit, so you have to be in the know to understand. When it's like Qatari or Emirati or Israeli, like the Middle East Eye or whatever. I think that's like the Jew. It's like a pro-Jew website or whatever. And then there'll be other ones, but they never call themselves like outright. But you can usually tell by just looking at the headlines and the stories.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's what I mean.
Just
Are they?
biased.
Is it like a? Yeah, and it doesn't necessarily mean it's wrong, but it's just good to know sometimes. Genuine question. You said that Hamas wants civilian deaths in order to garner public support, but you also said that releasing the hostages would have made them look good in the public eye as well. How do you square these two positions? Well, when I say releasing the hostages would have made them look good in the public eye, what I mean is that if they were conducting themselves in such a way that they wanted the war to stop immediately, releasing the hostages would have been a good decision. But they didn't. I agree with their strategy not to, but that's understanding that their strategy is to invite as much civilian chaos and destruction as possible. But most people don't recognize that that's their mission. They think they're legitimately trying to fight against the whatever Israeli government.
I don't think there's any good justifiable reasons to accept what Stephen is saying, that is their or has been their official position. I think that would just be mind reading, creating kind of a bit of a conspiracy theory around that. But that isn't to say that we haven't seen examples of Hamas willing to exploit civilian casualties and in order to garner international sympathy and support. So,
I mean, you can argue this is their way of fighting, but it's through terrorism and self-destruction, basically. Martyrdom, I guess you could call it. Oh, wait. Middle East Eye is Qatari-based. What am I thinking of? I might be thinking of a camera or whatever. Is the Jewish one?
Love them.
Middle East Forum, might be? I don't know. Whatever. They're out there somewhere.
אני חוזר שוב, עד 9 בבוקר ואל מול הערכת המצב, אף כלי לא ירד לבורמה. נמצאים בנקודות זינוק אחוריות, מנחת חטיבה, לא יודע.
Don't you think it's strange that more hostages weren't killed during all of the bombings? I guess they were all that secure in the tunnels? I mean, weren't they literally? Weren't hostages hidden in tunnels? Like, don't we know that as a fact? And then some were in civilian homes, but...
we will investigate that.
בדיוק למה, לא שווה יותר מדי. זאת ההנחיה, זה מה שאנחנו עושים.
קצת לפני שהכל...
עד 9 בבוקר ואל מול הערכת המצב, אף כלי לא מגיע לבורמה. כוחותינו את ההנחיה.
The brigade issued a directive for our forces pending a situation assessment until 9 a.m. No vehicles approach Burma. I mean, is this saying that they're trying to let Hamas do the maximum damage and murder civilians? Or is it like there's a chaotic situation and they don't want people strolling into this place and then either getting killed or like, is that, I don't know. I guess we're just reading this as it was Kristallnacht or whatever, right? They just wanted them to be murdered, I guess? A reverse pogrom or whatever? Okay.
So yes, hostages were held both in tunnels and in civilian residential buildings. A UN Commission of Inquiry reported that released hostages described being kept in tunnels, apartments, or residential buildings and hospitals. It also documented prolonged underground confinement in dark, overcrowded spaces with poor ventilation, limited food, water, and sanitation. Tunnels. There is strong evidence for tunnel detention. Released hostages gave direct testimony about being held underground. Israeli forces recovered hostage bodies from tunnels, including 5 bodies from a roughly 200-meter tunnel about 20 meters underground in Khan Yunis. 6 hostages found dead in Rafah in September 2024 were recovered from an underground tunnel. Civilian homes and apartment buildings. This is also established in the 2024 Newsrit rescue for hostages. Four hostages were recovered from 2 residential apartment buildings in a densely populated neighborhood. 3 were held together in one building and another separately about 200 meters away. Reuters and the UN both document hostage detention in residential structures. Israel further alleged that 3 of the rescued hostages had been held in the family home of a Hamas operative, with members of the family participating. That more specific allegation comes principally from Israeli authorities, so it should be distinguished from the independently established fact that the hostages were found in residential buildings. Important qualification: held in a civilian home does not automatically mean that every civilian in the building or neighborhood knew about it or assisted Hamas. Yeah, of course.
בוקר באלמול הערכת המצב, אף כלי לא ירד לבור. נמצאים בנקודות זינוק אחוריות, מהנחיית חטיבה, לא יודע בדיוק למה, לא שווה יותר מדי, זאת ההנחיה, זה מה שאנחנו עושים.
קצת לפני שהכל מתחיל. ואיתמר דופק דין ולא קצת פקודה. באמת, אני הייתי כמה שצבא בכירים, מה בעיה ייפגעו? השישיות סך הכל לפנה בית רובר.
Beyond this, hundreds of the civilians...
מרגיש לי תשמעי, אני לא יודע מה שם, אני רוצה להבין.
A little coincidental, no. Beyond this, hundreds of the civilian casualties were the fault of Israel due to...
Oh, fuck. I was going to say this earlier, that he only says hundreds, though, to his credit. I don't know what the actual number is. I feel like dozens or less. But a lot of people will say that the majority of the civilians killed on October 7th were actually just killed by Israeli... They won't even say friendly fire, because I think some were killed when either Hamas was retreating or they'll be in homes with hostages, and then the building will get bombed and then the hostage will die. I think that did happen a couple times. I don't remember the exact number on that. But they'll say that it was the Hannibal Doctrine, that Israel will kill every single fleeing Hamas person, even if they have an Israeli with them, because they always try to kill their own people so that they don't get taken hostage or something. Of which there's zero evidence of this happening, or I think of ever happening, but...
A little coincidental, no. Beyond this, hundreds of the civilian casualties were the fault of Israel due to both friendly fire from incompetent teenage pseudo-soldiers, as well as the Hannibal Directive, which involves killing their own citizens.
Sorry, I need to
every
go back
single
there,
fleeing Hamas person, even if they have an Israeli with them, because they always try to kill their own people so that they don't get taken hostage or something. Of which there's zero evidence of this happening, or I think of ever happening, but...
A little coincidental, no. Beyond this, hundreds of the civilian casualties were the fault of Israel due to both friendly fire from incompetent teenage pseudo...
Sorry, I need to...
Think again.
Get a better grasp on what he was saying.
It was Crystal Knot or whatever, right? They just wanted them to be murdered, I guess? A reverse pogrom or whatever? Okay.
נמצאים בנקודות זינוק אחוריות, מהנחיית חטיבה, לא יודע בדיוק למה, לא שווה יותר מדי, זאת ההנחיה, זה מה שאנחנו עושים.
קצת לפני שהכל מתחיל. ואיתמר דופק דין ולא קצת פקודה. באמת, אני הייתי כמה שצבא בכירים, מה בעיה ייפגעו? השישיות סך הכל לפנה בית רובר.
Beyond this, hundreds of the civilians...
מרגיש לי תשמעי, אני לא יודע מה שם, אני רוצה להבין.
A little coincidental, no. Beyond this, hundreds of the civilian casualties were the fault of Israel due to...
Oh, fuck. I was going to say this earlier, that he only says hundreds, though, to his credit. I don't know what the actual number is. I feel like dozens or less. But a lot of people will say that the majority of the civilians killed on October 7th were actually just killed by Israeli... They won't even say friendly fire, because I think some were killed when either Hamas was retreating or they'll be in homes with...
Yeah. So the friendly fire issue. Yeah, so just from my memory, and we're going to double check it. No, there was no majority or hundreds that were killed by Israeli friendly fire on October 7th. That's not true. But I do want to read the factual goods into the record. I think, from my memory, I think there was a few confirmed friendly fire deaths. there is credible evidence that Israeli forces killed some Israelis on October 7th, but there's no evidence that they killed anything close to a majority or hundreds. Approximately 1,195 people were killed as a result of Hamas-led assault, including civilians and security personnel. Efrat Katz was probably killed when an Israeli helicopter fired on a vehicle carrying Palestinian gunmen and Israeli hostages. At Be'eri, Israeli tank fire may have killed some or all of 13 hostages held inside a house. That may be the case. So the defensible formulation here is Israeli forces killed an uncertain but comparatively small number of Israelis on October 7th, including hostages endangered by Hannibal-type actions. These incidents are serious and incompletely investigated, but available evidence overwhelmingly attributes the October 7 death toll to Hamas-led attackers, not Israeli friendly fire. And even, at Be'er, Israeli tank fire may have killed some of the 13 hostages held inside a house. That still obviously needs to be adjudicated. So I go through this in great detail, everyone. The Hannibal order, the Hannibal directive, in the first 3 videos that I did, analyzing Dave's video.
With hostages, and then the building will get bombed, and then the hostage will die. I think that did happen a couple times. I don't remember the exact number on that, but they'll say that it was the Hannibal doctrine, that Israel will kill every single fleeing Hamas person, even if they have an Israeli with them, because they always try to kill their own people so that they don't get taken hostage or something.
Yeah, that was an accurate depiction of the doctrine.
So there's zero evidence of this happening, or I think, or ever happening. But
it was discontinued, based on my memory from going through this for a few days. I believe it was discontinued in 2005, and we'll check my memory on that. Yeah, I believe it was discontinued in 2005. I think there have been some questionable instances, like some of the ones we just talked about, but yeah, so the Hannibal Directive was an Israeli military procedure developed in the mid-1980s to prevent Israeli soldiers from being successfully abducted during combat. The core logic was stop the abduction immediately, even if the force used creates a serious risk to the captured soldier. The directive reflected Israel's concern that captured soldiers could become powerful bargaining assets in prisoner exchanges. Did it order soldiers to kill hostages? Not explicitly. The most accurate distinction is it did not formally say kill the captured Israeli soldier. It permitted very aggressive fire against the abductors and their escape route, even when doing so could endanger the captive. Some soldiers and commanders reportedly understood its practical message as preferring a dead soldier to one taken alive, although Israeli military officials disputed that interpretation. The IDF's own description called it the General Staff Directive for Contending with Kidnapping Attempts, and said it initiated military measures intended to locate and rescue abducted personnel. Let's see. Its most controversial application occurred in Rafah on August 1st, 2014, after Lieutenant Hadar Golden was believed captured, Israel initiated the directive and launched extensive military fire in the surrounding area. The IDF later acknowledged that some Palestinian civilians may have been killed by Israeli artillery and tank fire, while rejecting broader allegations about the incident. The old directive was reportedly revoked or replaced in 2016 following criticism and confusion over its meaning. Okay, so it was 2016, not 2005. Yeah, anyways, that's the goods on that.
A little coincidental, no? Beyond this, hundreds of the civilian casualties were the fault of Israel due to both friendly fire from incompetent teenage pseudo-soldiers, as well as the Hannibal Directive, which involves killing their own citizens on purpose to prevent their captivity, including a...
It's not killing their own. Yeah. Anyways, I'm not supposed to be focusing on Dave. I'm supposed to be focusing on what Stephen has to say here. So that's the project we're on.
Tank firing on a kibbutz. This is how much Israeli officials value the lives of their citizens. When you remove military and police casualties, which are absolutely fair game, as well...
They're not, by the way. You can't surprise attack like military people and then claim that that's like a fair thing. Like Pearl Harbor, I mean, I don't know if we had rules of war back then like that, but that would have been considered like a terrorist attack. Even if they're soldiers, you can't kill them when you're not at war with somebody and claim it's a fair kill.
Israeli officials value the lives of their citizens. When you remove military and police casualties, which are absolutely fair game, as well as friendly fire and Hannibal Directive deaths, you're left with a number of civilian casualties that are exceeded by Palestinian deaths on any decent day for Israel since October 7th.
Okay.
And countless days before as well. Gaza was the most heavily monitored population on the planet. Israel knew that this was their opportunity to get 9/11 levels of support for murdering Arabs, and they took it, plain and simple. Now, if you thought that Israel was only a menace to its Middle Eastern neighbors, think again. Israel is a threat to the United States and every single American too. Let's go over the countless ways that Israel is specifically ruining the US. Let's start with some recent news. Israel is trying to force the United States to formally merge the American and Israeli military.
I've seen so many libs fucking, even big libs in my media sphere falling for this fucking retarded shit that we're gonna merge our militaries. This is like the EU army talking point, bro. I wonder if Russia even does propaganda anymore, if like Americans take care of it all. No, a lot of these are probably foreign pushed Russian talking points. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, Stephen's right about that. There is nothing about this integration that would forge Israel and U.S. militaries or cause Americans to be drafted into Israeli military or to be drafted specifically for Israeli conflict. Like that's not the case. We went through this in great detail. All right. Thanks for being here with me, everyone. Hanging in there, hanging in there. We're doing it. Someone says politics these days is so drowned in conspiracy and gross lies. It's not really these days. It's been the epistemic reality seemingly forever with regards to politics. So we're going to go a little bit longer here, everyone, and then I'm going to shut down the stream and start back up this afternoon/evening. I'm just going to take a break, and we will hopefully this evening. Well, we should be able to get through the rest of this today, so that we're ready to go through the full analysis PDF tomorrow together. Okay.
Christ.
militaries.
They're laughing
Did
at
you
our
hear what I
asses,
just
though.
said? Israeli officials are trying to force America to merge its military with the military of a foreign country, the one committing genocide. Moving from aid to partnership is how Bibi tried to sell it on Fox News, and even the Fox News anchor said,
It certainly brings up some issues of sovereignty, but we'll have to work that out later.
while you're sitting there thinking about how incredibly fucked up this is, let me explain how it's way more fucked up than that. First, you know all those billions of tax dollars that we send to Israel every year, the ones that are used to murder children? Now that money will not require congressional approval. It's just part of the federal budget that the executive branch can arbitrarily provide at any time and in any amount. Next, the government is trying to bring back the military draft. If that were to happen, soldiers would be forced to fight for Israel. That would mean that young Americans could be drafted against their will
So he's
and
just
forced to
lying.
go murder.
This is. I think this is insane. No, we were never gonna fucking merge. I don't know. I'm sure Netanyahu maybe would want it, like ideally, but Destiny, look at the Reddit post someone wrote on this vid. This is like the EU army memes. Like the European Union is gonna make an army and start drafting Europeans to fight in EU wars or whatever.
Yeah, so Destiny's right to have this this response to this information, because this section here about this like Israeli unification with the United States, it's just a lot of the things that Dave's saying will happen as a result of this just aren't even part of the plans. That's not in the official document. So it's like for a more detailed breakdown of this, come tomorrow or check out my first 3 videos on this. I won't go through this again, but yeah, this dismissive attitude Destiny's having is well justified.
To fight for Israel. That would mean that young Americans could be drafted against their will and forced to go murder Arabs for Israel, while also potentially just getting murdered by Israel themselves via the Hannibal Directive. And finally, this move would make the Pentagon totally dependent on Israel. Israeli AI systems would be integrated into all the highest classification functions of the U.S. military. So no American intelligence could be withheld from Israel, including that on its own citizens, and any attempt to defy Israel's wishes by any future president could be regarded as a military coup. I need you to really wrap your head around the treachery here. Israel is another country, a totally separate country from this one. If it were...
Yeah, actually, that is pretty annoying. That is actually kind of weird, too. At Destiny, isn't it funny that the evidence of half these claims are analogous to flat earthers using weird sources and pictures? Compare this vid against his others. That is true, but I don't know. The politics does something to the brain to, like, shut it off, I guess. Yeah.
Suggested that the American military merge with that of...
Yeah, with regards to, like, you know, sharing things with this level of confidence that just are demonstrably factually incorrect. You know, depending on where you get that, you know, here's the thing I think where Dave might be being led astray big time is that he's, and this is just me speculating, for the record, but you know, perhaps he's relying on a narrow sample size of trustworthy sources, and that's where he's getting this information from, and those sources are just demonstrably feeding him a ton of misinformation and just falsehoods. So
Switzerland, that already would be fucking insane. Now replace Switzerland's army with a literal terrorist organization that rapes and tortures and murders civilians every single day to expand the borders of a colonial ethno-state that violates international law. This is not a dystopian novel. This is real life, and it is happening. Zionists in Congress are trying to sneak this bill through as part of a defense spending bill. This is happening because public opinion is so firmly anti-Israel that Israel has to find ways to thwart the public and entrench itself in the American power dynamic in ways that will be nearly impossible to undo, no matter how much we protest and boycott. This is a hostile takeover of the American government by a foreign entity. This is Netanyahu trying to place himself formally in charge of aspects of the American government. Every politician supporting this motion is guilty of treason, and nobody's doing anything about it. What's next? Well, it is common knowledge that Gaza is a testing ground of treason, and nobody's doing anything about it.
I like how he didn't actually like call out like Republicans and Democrats here. They are highlighted. Oh, I like how he only highlights the ones that voted for. Like Republicans had it here, and then Democrats voted here. It's like 209 to 6. But whatever, don't say it. That's fine. Destiny, you're not even defending against any of his claims. You kind of just pause the video and then say, it's so easy to paint one side, and then just move on without addressing anything. None of these claims are like strongly factual claims that can even be, for some of these I have, but other these, like if you're going to find me videos of people saying unhinged things, there are videos of people saying unhinged things. Yeah, of course. There are crazy fucking Israelis and Jewish people. There are also crazy Hamas people. And then you can argue that, I don't know what I'm supposed to do with that. Like, what, you want me to say there's no fucking insane Israelis? Of course there is. But like for stuff like this, like there was Israel had forewarning on October 7th that a terrorist attack was going to happen. This would be one of the most scandalous things to happen in like the fucking history of the Middle East. And you're asking me,
Destiny's he's onto something. He's right here.
Debunk his claim based on like 3 soldiers saying there were weird commands in the morning to not to stand down from the invasion point or whatever. Like, how the fuck am I even supposed to? What am I supposed to debunk here? Like,
it's like the crazies going on Joe Rogan.
Yeah, this isn't. This is not evidence of one of the largest conspiracies in the history of the Middle East. Is like 3 soldiers coming on and saying that like they told us not to go to where they broke through the fence and to stay away from Burma. Like, I'm sorry, I don't know how I'm supposed.
Yeah, and then there was the other piece of evidence that was offered, which was that the the festival was moved, quote unquote, last minute to another location, but it was moved last minute to another location for reasons that are understandable. Like the sound equipment was there, like all of these logistical reasons as to why it made sense to move the festival there. And again, in the first 3 videos, which is close to 20 hours, I go through this in really, really deep detail.
Supposed to deal with that. They can do these claims of like they're assassinating, hundreds of journalists and whatever the fuck else, but it's like every random person in Palestine.
Someone asks, how can you coherently respond to 2,000 claims? Yeah, like there's so many claims that Dave makes in this video. That's why it took me nearly 20 hours to go through from start to finish and check it all. It's wild. It's a wild video.
Throws on like a journalist vest. Like if you want to talk about a specific incident, the problem is that the specific incidents never seem to play out exactly as they say. The flour massacre where they were baiting civilians with tons of flour just to shoot and murder them, it looked more like people were trying to climb onto the trucks and turn over the fucking convoy or whatever. Now, is it because they were starving or other horrific things? I mean, maybe, but the people still think this. They still call it the flour massacre. The idea was that the IDF like set a booby trap fucking truck for starving Palestinians to run to, and they just shot and killed as many as they could right there for literally no fucking reason. And every single fucking incident is like this. People say that what was the name of the beach?
Not every single incident is like this. We shouldn't generalize like that.
It was supposed to be Malwi. What was the beach? There was a beach that was supposed to be designated as a safe zone before they moved them all north from Rafah. Al-Mawasi, I think, that were saying that like this was a designated safe zone, and then Israel started bombing it literally for no reason anyway. And then like the footage gets released, and there's literally fucking rockets like in a truck, like right next to this fucking camp where Hamas are fighting out of. And like this happens over and over and over and over and over and over and over again.
Yeah, Destiny's alluding to a lot of the misinformation where you're not getting people are talking about these issues through their own lenses, but then you find out new information when you actually fact check. It's like, well, it wasn't just big bad Israel coming in and bombing a safe zone just to lure out, innocent Palestinians. There's more to the story. Just like in a lot of Dave's video here, I mean, the overwhelming majority of it, there'll be some grains of fact throughout the video. There are facts throughout the video, but they're not the full story. They are misinformation.
But there's like zero expectation on behavior for the other side. Why is there not, of all the fucking hundreds of miles of fucking Hamas tunnels and everything, why is there not a single fucking bomb shelter in all of fucking Gaza? Not a single fucking one. Not even one. Why?
Let's check that. Is this hyperbole again?
Not even one, not a single fucking shelter. How is that even possible? Nobody even asks a question about that. Like, it's fucking retarded. No, I'm saying debunk his claim when he's citing a copious amount of sources and organizations deeming this a genocide. Arguing over whether or not a thing is a genocide is a perspective on the ongoing war that if you want to get into fact deliberation, we can deliberate facts, but I don't have a perspective on whether or not it's a genocide, or I'm not as interested in hotly contesting that topic. And I think that if you are, I think it signals that there's something fucked with your brain, that you're more concerned with the label of genocide than any of the facts that are going on the ground, especially because the people that seem to carry that genocide label the hardest are the ones that are pushing away any realistic solutions, and they just want to scream that the state of Israel should be completely disassembled as a Jewish state, which is a non-starter, obviously. And they know it's a non-starter, obviously. But yeah, a ton of international organizations, I'm sure there's 100 plus, have all said that they feel like what's happening in Israel, and there are organizations in Israel that say that. Like, how can I contest that? That's true. There are people that have said that.
It's from dangerous Antifa, preparation for the crackdown on Americans. But don't worry, social media relations. If content is Department of Homeland Security to give ICE the exact...
Well, you could contest it and say you have not seen any good reason to believe that there is genocidal intent. That's how you could contest it, unless you think you have seen good reason to believe that. But Stephen it seems like he's shared my sentiment here, in that this will eventually be adjudicated by the ICJ, and that's what I'm waiting on.
Same tech that Israel uses in order to perform its own human rights violations, while also lending its tech to federal agencies who use data mining software to aggregate information from every single American. Palantir is a major entity pushing us towards an Orwellian police state here in America. More on that in a moment. Let's see, who else? Elon Musk. He has a direct relationship with Bibi. Agreements with Israel regarding Starlink. AI collaboration.
Very special thank you to new Pangburn member, Friendsified. Welcome, Friendsified. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. It really does help. The more members we can get involved in the channel, the more epic, great works we can create from a live event perspective, live intellectual discussions, and all kinds of things that any kind of funding we receive through Pangburn goes towards. If you want to see the most up-to-date list of the events we have coming up, just go to pang-burn.com/tickets. We will be next in Vancouver, British Columbia, Canada, where I lived for like 15 years. I now live in Oaxaca, Mexico. But Destiny will be going head-to-head with Ezra Levant, who is the CEO and head of Rebel News, which is the kind of our conservative news network in Canada. So they're going to be going head-to-head in a 4-hour epic debate. Just both of them on stage, no moderation, mano a mano. And the night before, Destiny will be sitting down with not so erudite Kyla Turner, and we'll be having like kind of a debate event where people can just get up and debate each other, and it's going to be fun. It's kind of like a pre-show before the big event night to follow. On October 3rd, we will be in Dallas, Texas, and Destiny will be going head-to-head with kind of a red pill manosphere guy named Terrence Pop, who's also a veteran. They'll be talking about manosphere and red pill issues, cultural issues. And just after them at that same event, Lauren Southern will be going head-to-head with Pearl Davis. They're going to be having a conversation about the manosphere red pill issue as well. We've never done an event related to those cultural issues, so I really thought it would be good for that culture to mix and interact with the Pangburn culture. A healthy thing. And then October 10th, the No God debate tour that is going to feature allegedly Ian, Justin Deconstruction Zone, and Dr. Blitz. These are the 3 atheists who are heading up the Pangburn No God debate tour. These atheists will be debating any theists at all that want to debate them. So that'll be starting in New York City on October 10th. Then on October 24th, I will be on stage with Sabina Hassenfelder in London. And we will just be talking about science. I'm sure we're going to get into some of the issues related to scientific misinformation and good fact checking and conspiratorial thinking in science communication. We're going to get into some pretty epic topics. And I like Sabine a lot. I think we'll have a great conversation. Not everything she says or releases I agree with. So there'll be some good content for us to spar on a little bit. So that'll be fun. And then November 13th and 14th, the No God Debate Tour will be in San Francisco and LA. So if you're on that side of the country, hopefully you can come join us. But all of this can be found at pang-burn.com. If you've never been out to a Pangburn event before, do come out. You will have a good time. And I will give you as many hugs as you require. My wife brought me some ice cream. Yum. Here in Oaxaca, all kinds of different trucks selling different things drive by. They all have different sounds and things playing. So if you hear the ice cream truck, we're running out for it, or the atole truck or the fruit truck. Someone said, "What the actual fuck? Why would you bother with Sabine? She's cracked." Well, first of all, Sabine has a beautiful library of a lot of great science communication content that I think is good. She's also got some stuff that I think is not so good. And that's going to be grounds for a great, good faith, helpful dialectic between us. Yeah, it's gonna be a great time. We'll see what kind of topics we get into. The world needs to stop doing what this commenter seems to be implying. That if someone has done some things that you disagree with, or you don't like some of the things they do, or maybe you have this view that all of the things they do are it's like, then that means you should throw them away and they don't have value, intellectual value or moral value or whatever. I think that's poison. That's a poisonous idea. It's and it's also important that we have conversations with people that not only we agree with, but who we also have disagreements with. But I think those disagreements should be worked out in a good faith, helpful way. Okay. A bit more on the video, and then I'm going to take my son to the park. And then when I get home and when I put him down to bed, I'll probably I'll be live again before I put him to bed. But yes. I think I got ice cream on my nose. All right, a little more. I wonder if we're actually going to finish this tonight. I mean, it's moving
plans
along.
For an Israel-exclusive autonomous Tesla rollout. Mark Zuckerberg, along with Musk, both routinely censor pro-Palestine content on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. Posts, stories, and entire accounts are regularly deleted, most notably anything depicting Israeli human rights violations.
I guess I would have to read. I feel like I only saw a deluge, a cornucopia of pro-Palestinian propaganda post October 7th, and I think that like swarmed the entire media apparatus of the planet. I don't know where this idea that all of the pro-Palestine stuff was getting censored, but
Israel uses in order to perform its own human rights violations, while also lending its tech to federal agencies who use data mining software to aggregate information from every single American. Palantir is a major entity pushing us towards an Orwellian police state here in America. More on that in a moment. Let's see, who else? Elon Musk. He has a direct relationship with Bibi. Agreements with Israel regarding Starlink. AI collaborations. Plans for an Israel-exclusive autonomous Tesla rollout. Mark Zuckerberg, along with Musk, both routinely censor pro-Palestine content on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. Posts, stories, and entire accounts are regularly deleted, most notably anything depicting Israeli human rights violations.
I guess I would have to read. I feel like I only saw a deluge, a cornucopia of pro-Palestinian propaganda post October 7th, and I think that like swarmed the entire media apparatus of the planet. I don't know where this idea that all of the pro-Palestine stuff was getting censored, but I don't know. Maybe it feels like Israel lost the PR argument on everything, and I think that's evidenced by the fact that people still believe in a lot of stuff that didn't happen, like that hospital JDAM a week or two after the war started, and then most Democrats today even have a disfavorable view of Israel. So,
if content is not outright deleted, viewability is altered such that it is seen.
Look at the claim that the idea that there was a deluge of exclusively pro-Palestine propaganda. I'll be right back. Quick bathroom break. I don't have the proper license to eat ice cream, apparently. After October 7th, there was a deluge of information, advocacy, misinformation, and organized propaganda, but it was not exclusively pro-Palestinian. NewsGuard eventually documented more than 260 major false or misleading narratives concerning the war and explicitly found that accounts supporting both sides circulated manipulated images, recycled footage, and claims presented without adequate evidence. Pro-Palestinian misinformation genuinely existed. Examples included claiming October 7th was an Israeli false flag, claiming Israeli forces killed most of the October 7th victims, immediately treating Israel's, I think Dave kind of fell for that one, by the way, immediately treating Israel's responsibility for the Ali hospital explosion as conclusively established, using footage from Syria, video games, or previous conflicts as Gaza footage, categorical denial that Hamas committed sexual violence or deliberately murdered civilians, presenting every Palestinian casualty as necessarily civilian without sufficient evidence. So those distortions should be corrected. A person's sympathy for Palestinians. Okay, yeah. But there was also extensive pro-Israel propaganda. Examples include the viral and unsubstantiated claim that Hamas had beheaded 4 babies, presenting an ordinary Arabic calendar as a roster, naming Hamas hostage guards, overstating the publicly demonstrated evidence for a vast Hamas command headquarters beneath Al-Shifa Hospital, which was overstated, by the way. There was evidence found of some operation but it was drastically overstated, depicting nearly all Palestinian deaths as Hamas's responsibility, treating Gaza's civilian population as collectively responsible for October 7th, portraying criticism of Israel as presumptively anti-Semitic or supportive of Hamas. So yeah. Do we know? We'll see if anyone did any studies to try to demonstrate if there was more coming from one side. Someone said you could tell Dave was a little too excited this entire video, quote, essay. Oh my God. Someone just said Pangburn versus Terrence Howard. I feel like enough people have done some pretty good work with regards to Terrence Howard, but yeah, I could do it. Someone actually mentioned to me the other day that his like popularity in the sciences and mathematics is growing. Yikes. I don't know if that's true. They just told me that, but if it is true, then holy. We know that pro-Palestinian content was more numerous on several major social media platforms for much of the period after October 7th. We do not know that pro-Palestinian propaganda or misinformation was greater overall. What the available numbers show, Northeastern researcher using TikTok's research API examined more than 280,000 U.S. posts sampled between October 2023 and January 2024. The data set contained 170,430 pro-Palestinian posts, 8,843 pro-Israel posts, neutral or general posts, 101,000. So the corresponding totals were approximately 236 million views for pro-Palestinian posts and 14 million views for pro-Israel posts. That is roughly 19-to-1 difference in posts and 17-to-1 difference in total views within that particular TikTok data set. TikTok itself acknowledged that globally there were substantially more posts associated with hashtags such as Free Palestine and then Stand with Israel. It pointed to similar hashtag disparities on Instagram and Facebook. TikTok argued, however, that geography, the age of the hashtags, and views per video made simplistic comparisons misleading. In the United States, pro-Israel videos sometimes receive more views per post. Yeah. This is just it's interesting data. It's not necessarily telling us anything conclusive. A peer-reviewed study of Blue Sky found that the balance also changed over time. In October 2023, pro-Israel posts slightly outnumbered pro-Palestinian ones, 33% versus 28.99%. By the final observed period, pro-Palestinian posts represented 39% of messages, while pro-Israel posts lessened, represented 20.74%. So the defensible conclusion here, after an initial surge of pro-Israel reaction on October 7th, the pro-Palestinian advocacy became substantially more numerous in several online environments. But more content, of course, does not mean more propaganda, right? So the TikTok numbers classify political stance, not truthfulness. A video showing authentic destruction in Gaza may be pro-Palestinian in effect while remaining completely factual. A hostage interview may support the Israeli narrative about being propaganda. Conversely, either side can mix authentic evidence with deceptive captions, selective editing, or false conclusions. A 2026 analysis of 4.5 million posts on X identified 11 coordinated groups supporting different narratives. Misleading claims were concentrated to only 3 of those groups, while most coordinated activity involved advocacy, religious solidarity, or humanitarian mobilization. The researchers described a fragmented manipulation environment, not a single centrally controlled propaganda wave, and did not establish that one side generated more misinformation overall. There were also documented covert operations from opposing directions. Meta detected attempts by a previously identified Hamas-linked network to reestablish fake accounts after October 7th. Separately, OpenAI disrupted an Israeli commercial operation run by Stoic and Iranian influence operations producing content related to Gaza. These operations generally achieved limited authentic engagement. All right. Well, everyone, thank you so much for being with me for this video. I hope you enjoyed. Make sure you smash the like button before you go. I will be firing up again in about 4 or 5 hours from now, so stay tuned for that. And yeah, I hope you guys enjoy a nice break here. I'm going to take my son to the park. Make sure you are maximizing well-being for yourself and those around you. I'm coming.